Hi, hello, and welcome everybody. Happy Friday, happy weekend after what was one of the craziest weeks of my life. Wow, what a 2 weeks it has been for me. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, these 2 weeks have been absolutely crazy. This entire year has been absolutely crazy. Mostly in the negative way. My one shining light of this year so far has been Honkai Star Rail, specifically specifically Himiko. What's going on, everybody? Sage, Stone, Flamer, Swev, everyone on YouTube. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Hope you guys are all doing fantastic. Happy weekend, everybody. And yes, thank you very much, Stone. I am just a little bit sick. just just a tiny bit. I do have a bit of a cold, so if my voice sounds a bit, grainy, if it sounds a bit, off compared to what my voice usually sounds like, please know that I do have a small cold, so I am going live to the detriment of my own health. So, I do have our usual patented respect the beard coffee mug right here, but today I've got tea. So that should help with my sore throat. So let's go ahead and take our first sip as usual. Delicioso. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, okay, so really quickly, let me just say this. I know about the collab, and I know about one thing in 3.1. I know we're getting a free character. So ZZZ. That's all I know. I have not watched the 3.1 live stream. We're going to do that on stream tomorrow. So we're going to react to the 3.1 live stream tomorrow. So no spoilers. I'm sorry, guys. I know some of you guys may be excited. Try not to talk about it too much. I know the collab, and I know we're getting a free character. I don't even know whether or not that character is going to be selectable. I don't know. I think it could be Jane, because the only thing I know is what's in the game, what is in ZZZ. Because when I went in today to do my dailies, I saw the whole event thing. So on YouTube, guest, how's it going, my man? Welcome in. Happy weekend, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Flamer, also, I knew they're going to connect ZZZ to Honkai Universe soon. Get better soon. Thank you very much, Flamer. Yeah, we'll see if this collab leads to like a genuine like story connection between the two games. I don't think if they're going to do a story connection between HSR, ZZZ, I think it's going to be coming way later down the line, so I just don't think that's going to come within this collab. But I do think it could be like a pretense towards maybe a potential connection in the future, so... Sage, leaks say it's Astra Yalin, Ellen, and Aegis with Robin for ZZZ. Gotcha. Yeah, I did see the leaks, like I said. So be careful. All I know is the collab, and all I know is that we're getting a free character that may or may not be Jane, because that's what I saw in game. That's all I know, guys. That's all I know. Everything else, I've been doing my best not to be spoiled. I've been doing my best to stay off of social media, to stay off of Twitter and YouTube and Reddit, just so I don't get spoiled on the 3.1 live stream. It's going to be tomorrow. So that'll lead us to our housekeeping items for today. So the first housekeeping item is, when is the next stream? We actually have a couple of days where we're going to have back-to-back streams. So tomorrow we're going to be doing 3.1 ZZZ live stream. That'll probably be at some point in the afternoon, probably around this time, actually, like 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the day after tomorrow, so that'll be Sunday for me, could be different for you guys, we're finally going to be doing the Norma trailer reaction, because I had to push back the Norma trailer reaction for all of the HSR hype stuff for 4.4. So don't worry, I didn't forget about Norma. We're going to do her trailer reaction, so that'll be the day after tomorrow. So basically 3.1 live stream, and then Norma trailer the very next day. And then after that, after the Norma trailer reaction, before all of the Remiel trailers start to come out, we're going to do a HSR character ranking stream. So that'll be either Monday or Tuesday, the start of the week, next week. We're finally 4.4 is finished. The first part of the Elation storyline is done. Planar Arcadia seems to be going away. So we're finally have the chance to do a character ranking stream. You guys know that I like to kind of save my character rankings for after the end of, each major story arc. So 4.4 is a good time for that. We're going to be doing our rankings after Norma trailer. So that's kind of the outlook for the next coming days. Let me catch up with you guys here really quick. Hey, JD, what's going on, my man? Got Himiko Nova. Congratulations, my friend. Stevo, how's it going? Welcome in, JD and Stevo. Hi, I wonder if today I will stay awake through the whole stream. Hey, guys, I appreciate you guys coming in, but as always, no obligation, no need to stay here. Please get your rest, get your sleep, get whatever you guys need, but I appreciate you guys coming through nevertheless. Flamer, all internal collabs are canon. Well, yes, so far, yeah. All of the internal collabs so far have been canon. HSR 4.7 leaks say it's going to be a full ZZZ collab story patch. Ooh, I actually did not know that. So we're going to get like a full, like almost like Fate story patch. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Especially if we get characters that I really like. I really like Astra Yao and I really like Evelyn. But if we get like, no, not Evelyn, Ellen. If I really like Ellen and Astra Yao, but if we get like Evelyn, oh, please, game. Stone, not gonna lie, I expected you to react to it today. Well, here's the thing. I don't like to like cut off when we have momentum within a specific game. So like, for example, after this stream, I will feel complete with 4.4. Right? Like this is our recaps discussion stream for 4.4. I will feel complete. But if I were to do the ZZZ 3.1 live stream before I did this stream, that's kind of like a change in energy. Like we're going to a different game, different cast of characters, right? It's kind of like a switch in mindset. I like to kind of keep within the same like realm and then switch over, right? So say, did you go meet Pom Pom and ZZZ Ghoul? I have not yet. I have not. So, let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Guest, you couldn't pick a better game to come back to. ZZZ. Oh, yeah, man. Very excited for tomorrow. Very excited. I mean, it's anniversary, right? Remiel. Remiel is going to be super fucking hype. By the way, guys, I don't know yet if I'm going to get the M3 or not. We'll see. I know I said before that I was for sure going to get the M3. Here's the thing. Rumors are a couple of days ago, and don't confirm this, please. Like I said, we're reacting to the live stream tomorrow. Please do not confirm anything. If Evelyn does rerun tomorrow, if Evelyn reruns with the anniversary patch, which was rumored, that is my priority. My priority is to get Evelyn M3. And if I do get Evelyn M3, Remiel M3 is up in the air. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Not fully confirmed yet. But Remiel is going to be hype. Anniversary is going to be hype. We're supposedly getting a free character. And obviously, ZZ HSR collab. Really cool stuff. Guess, can't wait to tease my friend to say, look, Xiaoji touching your favorite game. There'll be more pink girls and causality and murder mystery. I think Xiaoji does have a little bit of influence in ZZZ, by the way, but not a lot. Guess, a biased character ranking or an objective one? Biased. Well, I guess subjective. My character rankings are always subjective. Always subjective. Yeah, if it's biased one, we all know who's in S tier. I can tell you guys right now is Himiko, Firefly, Cyrene, top 3, and then everything else, we'll see what happens. In that order, Himiko, Firefly, Cyrene. Are we only counting playable characters or also NPC? No, we're only doing playable characters. What's going on, Random? How's it going, Random? Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for the comment on the YouTube VOD, by the way, Random. Appreciate it. Let me catch up with Twitch. Flamer, by the way, Sunbringer, Lindvern might be a must pull for me. Ooh. Flamer, no worries, by the way. This is purely on me. You saying that, Flamer, makes me think we might get Lindvern in the trailer tomorrow. that might be something I see tomorrow. You guys know that like I I have I have seen the light. I was enlightened. I achieved the nirvana about a week and a half before 3.0 for ZZZ came out. I am now a Sunbringer super fan, specifically Eldrada. Eldrada is the love of my life in ZZZ. I think she will be my favorite ZZZ character of all time. I think she will surpass Evelyn. I am praying that we get a lot of Eldrada in the 3.1 live stream. Something tells me that we might, because Goldie, friend of the channel, told me, "Hey, you're gonna like this live stream," and he knows me really well, so we'll see what happens. Stevo, I have certainly chosen Curious Time to start playing ZZZ. Damn, Stevo, so you're hopping into the game too. I hope you enjoy your time, my friend. It is an incredible game, and the live stream and the anniversary are right around the corner. So yeah, really great time to hop in. Yeah. So hopefully I see you guys there tomorrow. JD, it is a shame 4.4 end seems so sudden. I actually like the cliffhanger. That said, I do have some misgivings with the story. We'll talk about it. Sage, the leaks on characters is a bit iffy so far because the same person said Yesh and Guang was a ZZZ collab and then they changed it to Astra and Ellen. Robin seems to be a solidified choice with many leakers. Sage, Ghoul, can I say one thing about Remiel banner info? Let's keep it for tomorrow, Sage. I know you, Sage. Everything you say is without harm, but let's just wait for tomorrow. Let's just wait for tomorrow. You're good, brother. You're good. Flamer, Ghoul, trust me, you're going to want to see her M6 art. Are you going to want to M6 her? Sunbringer, Eldrada, or Remiel? Remiel or Eldrada? Are you talking about? It's all right. Just another thing to find out later. I gotcha. Flamer, Remiel. I'm not M6ing Remiel. I would listen. I know we M6'd Himiko Nova, guys. That is an outlier. That is an exception. There is a very real possibility I never E6 or M6 a character ever again. Ever again. The only ones that are like in contention for that are Firefly SP when that comes out in HSR and Eldrada when she comes out in ZZZ. Those are the only like I'm not even getting Evelyn M6. I might get Evelyn M6 if she was like a more important character or if her mindscapes were a bit better, but she's a 1.x character, so not the smartest thing to do. So I think for me, Firefly SP and Eldrada are the only two potential like M6/E6s that we will get into future. But I'm sure the Remiel M6 art is beautiful. I mean, everything about Remiel is beautiful, so. Sage, in ZZZ, you don't really need to do that. Teams are far more important. Right. M6 Mindscapes and ZZZ are not as critical as they are in HSR, thankfully. JD or Cyrene, right? Yes, if Cyrene gets an SP, then yes, her as well. But I am on record that I don't think Cyrene will get an SP. So just keep that in mind. But if Cyrene does get an SP, then absolutely yes, of course. Guest, wait. Remind me which Sunbringer is that? I always forget which is which. Eldrada is the oldest one, or I guess the oldest looking one, the more important one, seemingly, that based on what we've gotten so far. Random, barely touched ZZZ. My only good characters are Miyabi and Dylan. Who do I save for now since I might replay for the anniversary? Remiel is your priority. Get Remiel at all costs because she's the anniversary character. She's going to be basically the she's going to be the backboard for anomaly teams going forward. So get Remiel if you can. And I mean, like, why wouldn't you get Remiel, right? She's gorgeous. Her animations are amazing, and she's really relevant in the story. So on top of that, I think Yuzaha's might rerun in 3.1, right? The rumors for the reruns in 3.1 that I know are Evelyn, Yuzaha, and Dylan. That's what was leaked. That was what was rumored. Obviously, because the live stream has happened already, those have been officially announced. Don't tell me in chat. Again, please do not spoil me on anything from the 3.1 live stream. but that is what was rumored. So out of those three options, since you already have Dietland, no need to get her. Remiel and Yuzuha would be the best ones. Guess there's another pink hair girl, but this time voiced by Amber Lee. We are eating good. Bro, Amber Lee Connors is at the peak of the Hoyoverse voice acting like portfolio, right? Amber Lee Connors has Remiel, she has Nihilux and HSR, and she has Farina and Genshin. Those are three crazy important characters. And then I don't know if you guys knew this, but it's rumored that she's fucking Kiana in Anima Nexus. So like, what a portfolio of like Hoyover's characters. Like Farina, Nihilux, Remiel, and then the poster child for Hoyoverse in Honkai Anima Nexus Anima, whatever the fuck it's called. Random, not ready for a new romantic story then? Yeah. I think Remiel's gonna have a happy ending. We'll see what happens. Rather than an M6, I'm more curious if you're going to get her skin. Actually, you'll know what. Let's save that for tomorrow. Yes. I don't care. I don't care what it takes to get the Remiel skins. I will be getting both Remiel skins. Does not matter what it takes. If it's $100, it's $100. It is what it is. So, a new romantic story indeed, Random. Who the woo? What's going on, my man? Pom Pom and ZZZ got me thinking that the game world is inside the Leviathan. Bro, well, let's not even go there. Let's not even go there. Sage, if anyone on Inforius gets an SP, I only see Tribios. I think we're going to get Tribios, and eventually I do think we get a fine on SP. I do think we get a fine on SP. ZZZ and Starrail are currently my favorite gachas, so I'm really excited for the collab. They are my true favorite gachas of all time. Just straight up, so. Yeah, collab is fucking dope. It is absolutely amazing. I did not think we would get this, and the fact that we're getting it is amazing. So, I hope it isn't just Robin for ZZZ. Like, give me like Robin and like Kafka or something. Like give me another character that isn't just Robin. We'll see. JD, I think I won't be pulling for Robin or Aventurine. I'm just not used to summer SP. That's more than fair, JD. I know there's people that don't like these summer variants for the Robin and Aventurine SPs. By the way, animations for them were pretty cool. Aventurine's animations are awesome. He can... Bro, Aventurine is something else. Like, let me lick his abs, please. I'm not gay, but if I was. And that's where the sentence is ending. Sage Farina and Folklore, she voices both. Yeah, I mean, you know, one and the same. Not really, but you know. Stone, $100 for a skin would be crazy. Well... Technically, the Sireni bow in HSR was $200, so... Stevo, I'm afraid of Nexus Anima because I tend to get really sucked into auto chess games. I think we might give it a try. So before I did say that we weren't going to do Nexus Anima on the channel, I do think we're going to give it a try when it launches. We're just going to give it a try. I'm not promising we're going to stick with it. We'll see how it goes. Sage, Amber also voices a character called Thadia in Never to Everness Chu. Go see her design. Hold on. Let me put up my mug because I need a type for that. Never to Everness Thadia. Oh my goodness. Well, talk about thighs. Holy shit. Let me show you guys what Sage is. God damn. She is an Amber Lee Connors character, that's for sure. Flamer, by the way, apparently the Fluffy comic is in ZZZ. Is it really? Nihilux collab character confirmed. We're going to get Nihilux and Robin in ZZZ. Double the Amber Lee Connors. Let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Guest Amber Lee performance in Genshin I've seen fully, and oh my god, is one of the best voice acting on English dub in the game, so I can't wait to see Remiel, and Nihilux. Well, Amberly Connors, so far as Nihilux and Remiel, has done an absolutely incredible job, especially as Remiel. Remiel has some of the best voice acting in ZZZ so far. But yeah, I mean, Fontaine storyline in general is peak fiction, and a big reason for that is Amberly Connors' voice acting as Farina and Folklores. Random, still thinking how HSR is going to make the collab canon since they like to give lore explanation for how and why their collabs take place. Because didn't these DCC devs say that it wasn't in the imaginary tree? I don't know, but we'll see. Because like someone in chat said it earlier, I think Flamer might have been you. If I got it wrong, I'm sorry. But the internal collabs that Hoyoverse has done have been canon. So yeah, this collab is probably going to be canon. Unless they decide to retcon that, or you just misunderstood. I like I said, I don't know what the devs have said about ZZZ in the past, so who knows? Guess Skrullum's spare scepter. Imagine if ZZZ was Skrullum's spare scepter. That would be insane. That would be insane. Another Xandar clone. Okay, guys, now we're going out there. Now we're going out there. Stevo, I am used to summer SPs from FGO. They are a yearly thing. Most gacha games, I think, do seasonal skins or seasonal characters. So, JD, I am gay, but he's not my type. Aventurine, I think, is most people sim for Aventurine, but I do feel like there's a certain subsect of people that would not find Aventurine attractive. I am not one of those people. Flamer, I knew Robin's gonna be a Glaya support. Yeah. By the way, again, before we talk about Robin and Aventurine SPs, animations, kits, everything about them, they are leaks, they are rumors, they are not final. Just as always, disclaimer. Disclaimer. But yes, Robin SP does seem to be like a dedicated Aglaya support. She does. She might be good for Himiko Nova. I was taking a look at like what people were saying about her. There's like some synergy and there's some anti-synergy, so who knows? Sage Amber knows when to pick them. Well, she's a voice director in Hoyoverse as well, so she has like her pick of the litter. She can just choose which character she wants. Flavor, no, they never said it wasn't. They only said that they don't want to connect them yet because it's 3.1.0. The game just began. Gotcha. Thank you very much for clarifying, Flavor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Stone, imagine Skrullum became playable in ZZZ before becoming playable in HSR. I would laugh my fucking ass off, but that's not going to happen. Stevo, even if ZZZ isn't an imaginary tree, it might be a bubble universe in Sea of Quanta. Fair point. Fair point. Fair point for those of you guys who know your HI3 lore. Sage, Sandor clones are Skrullum, Lygus, Ratio, and Pom Pom. At this point, everyone is a Xander clone. You know? Pom Pom, Xander clone. Himiko Nova, Xander clone. Asapramad, Xander clone. Everyone in chat, Xander clones. Me, Xander clone. My fidget spinner, a Xander clone. It's a mechanical being, Xander clone. Everyone, fucking opera. You get a Xander clone. You get a Xander clone. Everybody gets a Xander clone. That's what we're doing. This is what I was saying I was concerned about back when they introduced the Xander clone thing. Let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Guess speaking of HSR next patch, how are we going to get to summer? Like after this patch, that's what I'm saying. What are we going to do from the end of 4.4 to 4.5 that we get to see Aventurine SP with his abs out at Astropolis after the ending of 4.4? Hello? Aventurine SP can surf on water. Aventurine SP can surf on my abs, bro. Though I don't have abs. Or I can surf on his abs. Guess, to me, SP Robin seems like a long overdue patch up for Mighty, Aglaya, and Anaxa for Cyrene teams. I actually didn't think about Mighty. That might work pretty well. Random Ravages are Xandar clones. Yeah, everyone is Xandar now. Sage, from what I've seen of SP Robin, she's good for any team so far apart from Elation. She's very much like Mortonak's Blade in a way that all of her buffs are really strong and that she just is very versatile. Yep. Stone, look, at least it'd be funny, David. Yeah. I do think we're gonna get another Xander clone at some point in the future, and there's a very like decent chance, not like I wouldn't say a majority chance, but there's a decent chance that um the Torre was a Xandar clone. Like there are some connections with the Torre and Xandar that I could see actually being real. JD, I was wondering who I could replace Moranax and Himiko's team since I don't have them. Well, Sage said E4 Welt. It depends on what you're playing. Are you playing Verdict or Decimation? If you're playing Decimation, then hard to replace Moranax Blade on that team, because the Decimation team right now that actually works super well is Moranax Blade with Welt, and then you run Hua Hua or Donhong PT, you know, based on whatever is better built. But if you're running Verdict, you don't necessarily need to run Mortonak's Blade. At that point, you run Sunday, Sparkle, Donhong PT. You can insert Welt in there somewhere as well if you have E4. So Himiko's teams are very much reliant on whether or not you are playing Verdict or Decimation. One thing to keep in mind is the higher Eidolons that you have, so the more Eidolons that you have, the better Verdict is for Himiko. Just keep that in mind. So if you have E2, you probably want to be running Verdict. If you have E6, almost certainly want to be running Verdict. So, JD, you are a Xandar's clone or a Sop Pramod, indeed. Sage, it's me. I'm en route. Yeah, indeed, bro. Indeed. Stevo, it might be 4. It might be 4, indeed. The Veracity Husk would probably be a consistent threat in Astropolis arc. Yes. I mean, the Veracity Husk seems to be the main point of obstacle going forward, now that Asap Pramod has been defeated. Stone, wait, I thought Robin SP was rumored to be a cast replacement. She is not. Rumors, leaks were incorrect. Yep. Well, not incorrect, but things changed. Stevo, it might be 4. 5 will be perspective of Robin, and Aven will be an Aven while we were on Planet Arcadia. Interesting. Okay. Sage, let me wait. Going back to your comment, Stevo, I wonder if they would ever do something like that, like a story patch that wasn't focused primarily on the Trailblazer as the main perspective. That would be interesting. Sage, I have 3 of the character currency, and I can just get E4 Welt like that. It's very tempting. I would not use your character currencies on a standard banner character. I know it's tempting, Sage. I know it is, but don't do it. You're gonna get his E4 eventually. By the way, I know that my Himiko Nova summons ultimately ended up being pretty damn lucky. After the light cone stuff, we didn't lose a single coin flip on the light cone summons, and we got 3 back-to-back earlies, all of them pretty damn early. So my Himiko Nova luck ended up being much better after the second time through. But unfortunately, I'm kind of salty I didn't get E4 Welt when I was summoning for the E6. So Flamer Moranax and Remembrance Trailblazer are both very good options for Decimation. I forgot about RMC. Yeah, RMC is also good for Decimation. Yep. And then, yeah, either Hua Hua or Dunhung. If you want to run Decimation, Welt, Hua Hua Dunhung, RMC, if you don't have Moranax Blade. Let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Random, I'm guessing we'll just watch Planet Arcadia get eaten from the inside. We can't really do shit against a Leviathan waking up RN. Honestly, if the way I would do it is what you just described, I would have the very beginning of 4.5 just be a quick, hey, we need to get the fuck out of here. Like the first hour of 4.5 is just us retreating from 4.5. Like, just like, hey, peace out, motherfuckers. Like, we just need to get as many people on the express and get the fuck out of Alhatopia, and then we go to Astropolis, right? And that's what I would do. Because I don't know if I would like the idea of like, oh, we're we're gonna spend a lot of the time of 4.5 in Ahatopia or Planet Arcadia when it was marketed to be Astropolis. So who I'm assuming we get rescued by the IPC and go to Astropolis to plan on fixing Ahatopia. Either we get rescued or we get on the express and we leave. Who knows? But yeah, we need to very quickly go from where we left off in 4.4 to Astropolis. I don't think they can spend too much time in Ahatopia anymore. OMG, Dottore being Xandar would be an insane twist. Well, not Xandar specifically, but a Xandar clone. Random Xandar clone infiltrating Astropolis and being the arc villain. Maybe. I don't think we'll see another Ravager this early as our villain. I think it's going to be just probably the Veracity, or the IPC. I don't think we're gonna get another Xandar clone, guys, especially back to back. Like we just got Lygus and Amphorius. Like this is the very next story arc. Like I don't think we're gonna get back to back Xandar clone. Random, not enough harmony for Selenova to pull up an Archforger is just a tsundere. I don't think it's going to be a Lord Ravager, nor do I think it's going to be a Xandar clone. It's going to be something connected to the Veracity, the IPC, or potentially even fucking Nihilux herself, because I'm kind of sus of Nihilux at the moment. But I do think Selenova's coming. Guess, wait, Ghoul, you got E6 Himiko, E6 S5 Himiko. Hey. Can't you use both modes to its fullest, like assist skill on Danhung PT if anyone has ult and wealth? If not, you can run both modes. It's just difficult unless you're like really good at the game and know how to play manually. And guess what, guys? I am not very good at the game, so I'm just gonna run Verdict. And also, like I said, Verdict gets better the more Eidolons you have. Guess everyone's been raving Astropolis, but what about Watchtopia? Watchtopia, we're gonna get a new path, I tell ya. Imagine it's Kuchiba. Please give Kuchiba some story relevance beyond just being like random NPC. But I'd be down for Kuchiba main antagonist. Let me catch up with Twitch here really quick. I'm gonna skip a couple of messages, guys. Sorry about it. Stevo in 4.0 stream, they explicitly said second half of version 4.0 will be Astropolis. Yes, which is why I'm saying we need to go from where we left off in 4.4 to 4.5 Astropolis quickly. I don't want to spend that much more time in Planet Arcadia. To me, that arc is done. JD, meanwhile, me with E6, Himiko, and Blade. Oh, damn! Oh, you made Welt. I thought you were talking about E6 Blade. I was like, JD, I did not know that you had E6 Blade. What the hell? Sage, we'll have to see how Part 2 follows through with it. Yep. Indeed. I know it's a place we'll go to, but we got to see how it works story-wise. We'll see what happens. I actually don't think... Okay, well, I'll save this for later. I'll save it for later. Stone, imagine the Veracity just took over Ashvale and we had to fight Ashvale. Ooh, I'd actually kind of be down for that. That might work for me. Would be awful, but I'd be down for that. Sage, we know it exists in some form. Flamer, I doubt Kuchiba would be an antagonist. He generally really cares about the safety of Planet Arcadia. I don't necessarily... I'm not saying I necessarily want Kuchiba to be an antagonist. I just want Kuchiba to be relevant. Like, I want her to have some, important role in the story. Which, it was rumored that we might get an eventual playable NPC. So, we'll see. JD, I only have E1 Blade. Well, solid. Better than nothing. I do think she will have a role in the story soon. I hope so. I hope so. She didn't really show up too much in 4.4, so. So, and I say this because we know his arm reacted to the husk back in 4.1. That is true. Stone, I think you might be onto something. Ashvale getting taken over by the Veracity and being a boss at some point would be cool. I'm just going to say that. I'd be down for that. Sage, I feel like Kuchiba will be a boss at some point for some reason. If they wanted to make her an antagonist, if they do it right, I'm down. Like I said, I just want her to have story relevance. I like her design, and I don't like introducing NPCs that have that kind of design and not making them important. There is evidence. No, Stone, I'm following you, brother. I'm following you. All right, I'm going to catch up with YouTube here really quick, and then we're going to move on to the first part of our discussion / recap, which is going to be, we're going to watch all of the Asap Pramod questions, because I have not watched it yet. I wanted to save it for today. Random, make her look sus with Pearl only to completely forget about her. That's what I'm saying, Random. Like, give us more Kuchiba screen time, please. Guess I feel like we're going to get pulled under the rug with Kuchiba. Like, something. Give us something. Playable Kuchiba win, exactly. Kuchiba's going to like devour Veracity or something because Kuchiba got a weird obsession with gourmet, and Veracity used to have that until Aha took it away from them, since enjoying the meal is elation. They did kind of like mention some like gourmet stuff with her, right? We'll see. Okay, sorry. I love you guys. Look, I love all your chats. We're going to get back to the point where I will be reading your chats like this again, but we got shit to do. Okay? We got shit to do. So, we're watching all of the Asap Pramod questions. I already have the video saved on my YouTube history, so give me just a bit. And we're watching every single outcome. Not just a critical success. I just blew out your guys' ears. I'm sorry about that. Here we go. All right. So this video has every single outcome for every single question. The only one, I will say this, even though we're reacting to all of the outcomes of all the questions, the only ones that matter to me are going to be the critical successes. Those are the only ones that I'm going to take for real, right? Like if there's like a failure answer or a success answer that is like cool, or you guys prefer that answer over the critical success answer, I am sorry. The one that I am taking as canon is going to be the critical success. That is just me. That is just how I'm going to interpret things personally. So just keep that in mind. We are going to react to the other two, the success and the failure, but that's just for fun. That is just for fun. The only thing that matters to me is the critical success one. So the regular success are still very important. Well, like I said, we're gonna watch the regular success ones, and they can provide context to the critical success ones. But to me, I am focusing on the critical success ones. All right, here we go. Let's put well, we don't really need closed captions because of the dialogue text.
So many people calling me Aki Villi along the way.
That was a bit loud. Let's do 20%. So I got miss on this one when we did this yesterday.
Your role came up short.
Ooh, sorry. Before we get started on this, I forgot about my second housekeeping item for today. I just mentioned it first. Second housekeeping item. You guys may have noticed that on YouTube, for those of you guys that watch my VODs or watch on YouTube, the first part of the story is missing. And also the part of the stream where I did my Himiko Nova S5 summons. That is on purpose. That was a conscious decision after the kind of scuff, after the black screens that we had during the first part of the story. I went back and I rewatched the VOD for the first part of the 4.4 story. I did not feel comfortable with the level of quality that stream was. I felt it was too scuffed. Felt it was too technically incompetent, and so I made the decision to delete the VOD entirely. So I didn't like I didn't private the VOD. I deleted the VOD entirely. I have the VOD. It's on my computer, but it's gone. So I'm sorry if you guys wanted to see the very first part of 4.4, but it's gone. To me, it's more important to ensure that what's on my channel meets a level of standard. And that stream, to me, did not meet that standard. The more important part of 4.4, like 90% of 4.4, is still up on the channel. It's got its own VOD. That's the post-crash VOD. So just wanted to point that out there. So, anywho, here we go.
Why do so many people call me?
I've already seen this one.
How narcissistic
Guest, gasp. That means I can brag how I was there to future chatters in like 5 years. Very, very optimistic to say that I will still be streaming in 5 years. I have no timeline for how long I will be streaming, guys. It could be only 2 years left. It could be for the rest of my life. Who knows? This is just something I take day by day. Stone, thank you for clarifying, because when I looked back for the VOD where I said Himiko was top 1, I couldn't find it. Yeah, Stone, I'm sorry. And I apologize to everyone for the technical failure. But it is what it is. Okay, hold on. I gotta focus in, because I haven't seen the rest of these.
Because the path you walk is the same one they once walked.
Okay.
The Astral Express, the path of Trailblaze.
Right? I mean, we've known this, right? We're following, you know, the silver rails of the Express, the same path that Machiavelli did.
You are a successor in a way, carrying an essence similar to theirs. And so people see
Mother!
familiar starlight.
Mother, call out!
This is the reason I think that Himiko thinks so highly of you.
I'm not sure. That's interesting, because that one takes the connection between Trailblazer and Machiavelli not as like a, hey, you are straight up Machiavelli. That's like a successor to Machiavelli, right? This is the big one? Okay.
How lucky. Although the question you asked is difficult to answer.
Okay.
They call you Machiavelli because not only are you the successor, but at the core level, you are becoming the focus of the path.
So basically, we are not Machiavelli. We are going to become a new Machiavelli. Yeah.
Naturally to the absence of its god.
Basically, Cyreni's situation, similar. Not exact, but very similar.
Even more important is the thing.
I actually like this better than us just being Machiavelli reborn.
Do you want to know more? That would be a different question.
Flamer, not similar, it's literal. Well, here's the difference, Flamer. Cyrene, yes, is on the path towards, or was, it depends on your interpretation of Amphorius. Cyrene was on the path of becoming fully at the end of the universe. The difference is, Cyrene did become fully at one point, but limited to Amphorius. So she did become fully, but was restricted to just Amphorius, right? To stabilize the causality of Amphorius. And it's not just Cyrene that could potentially become fully in the future. Every single child of Honest Rava could become fully at the end of the universe, right? That is what makes the children of an Honest Rava so special, right? It's the fact that either one of them has the potential to become fully at the end of the universe, right? Whereas with the Trailblazer, the way I interpret this is it's just them. There is no other Trailblazer that is going to become Machiavelli or the new Machiavelli, right? It is just a Trailblazer, and unlike Cyrene, the Trailblazer will become Machiavelli fully. Unlike Cyrene, the Trailblazer will become Machiavelli like fully, realistically across the entire universe, not just limited to a specific planet. So that's why I said they're not exactly the same, right? To me, Cyrene's path is not the same as Trailblazer's path anymore. I see them as similar, but not quite the same. So, and I personally choose to believe Cyrene is still around, but in hibernation type of state. I agree. I think we're going to get Cyrene back eventually. Random, Grandpa, stop acting like Machiavelli's Yandere, please. Random, fully never existed in the first place. No, it fully exists in the future, basically. So, in present time, yes, but like, in the perspective of like the universe and the eons who basically exist across all time, fully does exist because, you know, fully is just in the future. It's hard to wrap your head around, right? Like, for us, like human beings, like in present time, does fully exist? No. But does fully exist? Yes, just later down the timeline. Flamer, what I mean is the situation with the path converges into her. Yes, in that sense, yeah. In that sense, they're the same.
About the Stellaron inside of me. How much do you know?
Okay. We also did this one. But I forgot which answer that I got.
What a pity that we should live with failure for most of our lives.
Hey, don't
The
rage bait me.
Stellaron is a gift. An unparalleled gift from the eons. It gives you power, guides you, and makes you unique. It's as simple as that.
Pretty simple answer. Cyrene is the closest candidate to become fully. At this point in time, yeah.
Of ionic powers and concepts. It comes from harmony. But surely you already know.
So I got
this.
critical success on this one because I don't remember these other
One
two.
in your body. Strange. Whatever its essence is.
Now I'm starting to remember. The answer, the critical success is like the harmony, the trailblaze, two opposing forces at the same time. Yeah, okay. I remember now.
The coordinates and a vessel of possibilities that even I cannot fully see through.
And then this is the one that I got.
Interesting. Allow me
One thing I really
to
like about
attempt
this
to
section is that
answer
Asat
this
Pramod
difficult question.
is like fully like
I examined the stellar
honest and
inside
like
your body.
genuine about like, hey,
It's not a
look,
seed
I will
of
give you answers as
illusions.
honestly as I can give them. Just so you know,
It was a
I don't
seed
know. I don't
bestowed
have like
on
every
you
piece
by
of knowledge in the
Shiva,
universe.
yet branded with the imprint of the Trailblaze. Shipe constantly tries to assimilate all things into one.
Yep.
While Akivili constantly
Speaking of
creates new
ZZZ
variations.
HSR collab, this is very similar to the Void Hunter weapons in ZZZ, the Stellaron. Two opposing forces working against each other, and that creates a large surge in power.
It seems to have been created
Whereas
for
the
just this
Stellaron
purpose.
is, you know,
And it conceals a
at
secret
equilibrium.
inside it. The Stellaron hunters likely understand this better than I do.
Okay, here we go.
I've always been.
I got a failure on this one, and I was sad. I want to see.
Since the Stellaron hunters also
I wanna see the truth.
Possibilities. Do you know what? they're
Random, if I recall
truly
correctly, while
working toward?
Akavili was actively interacting with people before, he maybe secretly hoped the Trailblaze would still be worth keeping even to him. Yes, that is correct.
Stellaron hunters. They're just a bunch of power-drunk opportunists that wait by the eons.
Sounds like
chessboard,
Herda.
waiting to
Remember when
catch any
back in
falling
1.x when Himiko
scraps.
said that Herda like
They
called the
think
Stellaron
they've
hunters,
foreseen the future.
or Elio specifically,
in
like a fool that
reality,
sees destiny?
They're
Kinda harsh.
merely being led by the nose, by a certain eon's power, chasing an illusory
All right, Asapramod, give me the truth.
ending.
Tell me how soon I'm gonna see Firefly again,
Goal. Humans only pursue these two things.
and Kafka.
Live or to
Firefly and
die
Kafka.
for a reason.
Please show me them.
Of course, you know the answer. Elio. An existence that can see the branching of possibilities.
Goldie, how's it going, man?
The Stellaron hunters operate.
Hold on, let me finish this this part, and
Their
I'll open your
goal is
link.
Clear: to collect or interfere with specific Stellarons to shape the future they desire.
Okay.
A future.
I mean,
in
that was
which
obvious.
More lives are saved during great calamities, perhaps. Or a future where they can fulfill their personal wishes. They are the editors of fate, even if their motives remain a mystery.
I feel like it's both. I feel like the Stellaron hunters have their agendas, right? Kafka wants to be able to experience fear. Firefly wants to cure herself of ELS, right? Silverwolf wants to, you know, control her 999 form. And Blade wants to, well, he did want to die. We'll see if that's true or not anymore. So they each have their own agendas, their own objectives, right? But I also think a big part of what they're doing is to, you know, save the universe from collapsing. All right, let's check out what Goldie has for us. What is this? Oh, thank you. Hold on. I want this for my personal account. I have two accounts. I have one for Gulio, and then I have a personal account. Let me make sure that I have this for both. Yes, please send me all of the Himiko fan art. Thank you. Never a bad idea to send Himiko fan art, guys. Never a bad idea. My Twitter like page, I didn't mention this before, that one thing that Firefly did have over Himiko was that I did have more of a like fan art craze for Firefly than I did for Himiko. Himiko's getting close. I have just been like liking so many fan arts on Twitter recently. Just about every single one that I see. All right, give me the critical success for this one. Goldie, good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. Happy Friday.
Luck is off the charts. Elio's troop. What they're chasing is something even the Eons might hesitate to touch.
Stone, just be honest. Firefly is number 3 at this point. No, she's number 2. Himiko, Firefly, Cyrene in that order. And also clearly that order. Let me say that really quick. Unfortunately, I think Cyrene is number 3 for me because, and I think perpetually the only 2 contenders for number 1 will be Himiko and Firefly. To me, that's how I see it going forward.
They are not fighting against a specific apocalypse, but trying to destroy the finality itself.
Destroy it?
Exact. They seek to destroy a finale in which every possibility has been frozen. What Elio has glimpsed may be an end that goes beyond the destruction itself. A point where all things settle into complete stillness and nihility.
They want to destroy the finality?
Hunters traverse the worlds in search of a path that will let the
Hey, yo, huh?
universe keep evolving.
I was not expecting that.
And far more mad.
You guys did not warn me about this. Wait, no. We're gonna focus on this. Traverse worlds in search of a path that will let the universe keep evolving. Their purpose is far more tragic and far more mad than it appears. Agreed. I did not expect that whatsoever. Holy shit, that's the biggest lore drop so far. To me, this is the biggest like reveal so far. This one is crazy. Holy shit. That is dope. I was not expecting that. That is really cool. So now old Himiko is number 2. Okay, listen. Himiko, Standard Banner Himiko, and Himiko Nova are the same character. Look, they are the same character. Both Standard Banner Himiko and Himiko Nova are number 1. To me, an SP, unless they are a different consciousness entirely, that is the same character. Those will be ranked the same way. Goldie, did someone say Cyrene? Is this more Himiko fan art? Oh, we'll take some Cyrene as well. This one is particular. This one in particular. My boy's linking his Twitter account. Guys, go follow Goldie on Twitter. He makes funny memes every so often. He also got quote tweeted by Shia Court at one point. That's crazy. Speaking of Shia Court, by the way, we're going to talk about her performance later. So, speaking of ELS, after 1.4, I think it's similar to Withering Curse, result of rejection at path you are bound to. I agree. I think the ELS and the Withering Curse might be the same thing. I think they could be the same thing. They look very similar. ELS and the Withering Curse look very similar. If they are not the same thing, they are at the very least related or connected in some way, shape, or form. So let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. It's been a while since I came to you guys. Random, he maybe secretly hoped the trailer. No, I read them. Okay, guest. They're searching for a better ending. Elio a couple months ago. So yeah, you have to go to Tomato Town and a planet called Fortnite, or else the four apocalypses will come true. Bro, the Fortnite collab is so funny, man. Like, getting to see Kafka just like do these ridiculous dances is crazy. Last link I'll send. What is this one? Ah, come on. Okay. That was a self promo if I've ever seen one before. I do think I have self promo as a ban on this channel. I will let this one slide. I'm pretty sure I have that. Let me double check my rules really quick. If it's not a rule, it needs to be a rule. Hold on, I'm double checking my rules. Yeah, I do have still a promo. Okay, so hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to like screenshot this. I'm trying to screenshot this. I don't want to show my like my full page. You know what? Fuck it. Screw it. It's fine. There we go. No self-promotion. And I did not authorize that self-promotion. Now, like I said, I'm gonna let this slide just because I have known Goldie for like over a decade. Oh my god, Stone clipped it as well. I can't. Hey, technically I'm just promoting Shia Court. I wasn't even aware of that lovely gentleman she quote tweeted, retweeted. Sure. Uh-huh. Sure, I believe it. So not gonna lie, Assad has become both my favorite and most hated villain. That is, I think, the perspective that many of us have, no? Like, we all hate Assad Pramod, but he's also the best antagonist in HSR up until this point. Sorry, guys, I told YouTube I was gonna catch up with them, and then I, like, got distracted. Guest, no matter, let me get that winner chicken dinner. God damn it. We're still on the Fortnite thing. Meanwhile, Silverwolf got banned by admin. Rest in peace. Well, she was just gonna hack the game. Random. Madame Herta is my peerless gem, my unrivaled genius, and my inimitable beauty. Herta is very beautiful. Well, the Herta specifically. The Herta specifically. Goldie, I still hate Lycus more than... Well, that's the Euphorious bias you're talking with, my friend. We all know Goldie's Euphorious bias, don't we? Random, you know you're fucked when even a Lord Ravager calls you mad. Well, let's be honest. This entire quest, you could say that about just about everyone. Guess you know, is that what they meant by our other self will end our journey? Because I assume that's Terminus related. We're going to kick our own Terminus's ass. Who knows what's going to happen with the other Trailblazer if they are Terminus or not? Because they technically kind of like helped us out in this quest by helping us save Himiko. Or giving us advice on how to save Himiko. Guess, dude, we've seen Blade the happiest in Fortnite. It was insane. Goldie, did you ever do that Fortnite stream that you said you were gonna do when the HSR Fortnite came out? JD, you jumped at me, Leo. What did I what did I say? What did I scare you with? Stone, did someone say Herta? What is this? Is this a build? Is this a build? This is Holy Lab. Is this a build? Oh, this is just Herta. Hello. Some nice Herta fan art for you Herta lovers out there. Goldie, wait, it lagged. What was the question? Did you ever do the Fortnite stream that you said that you told me you were gonna do? Like, you know, like because like Kafka and Blade collab. You did? Is that VOD out there somewhere? Do you have that VOD saved? I kind of want to watch that. Please tell me it is. Because I that came out during a time that I don't think you were dual streaming to YouTube then. Oh, I ignored your message. I am so sorry, JD. Hold on. Let me go back and see. Oh, just like Akron, but wants to destroy the Nihility. Oh, talking about the ELS? Yes. Mm-hmm. Indeed. We'll see. We'll see if the ELS or Weathering Curse are the one and the same, or if they're connected, and you know whether or not what everyone theorizes is true. I bought the skins, played 2 games, and uninstalled. Don't actually know. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. All right, let's keep going.
To be more exact, they seek to destroy.
Now we can fast forward this.
Tell me, why do you want to awaken the Veracity Husk?
He's a Lord Ravager.
Oh, sadly, it It's all
Oh, that's
about
right. You
luck.
did have to hard reset
If
your
there
PC.
is a
It probably
winner,
is lost then,
there
unfortunately.
needs to be a loser. I am sorry, but your bad roll will result in a disappointing
Asap Pramod,
answer.
apologies not accepted.
I want to awaken the veracity to create a new and fair world, of course. All lives that have been oppressed and exploited will pass into the ancient Leviathan's belly, and there take on another form, becoming the nourishment of a new world. That is how it will be.
This answer is pretty long for a failure.
Sounds pretty reasonable.
Bro sounds sarcastic as hell. Probably because he is being sarcastic as hell. Here we go. Okay, time to start paying attention.
I awaken the veracity to devour.
Random, my queen. A lot of Thirda
Even
lovers.
if it's just a fragment
Hey, man,
sealed
listen.
in the
Thirda
core of
is
Ahatopia,
gorgeous.
A husk. The veracity concealed in it will be enough to dim the stars. I don't care who wins this chess game. What I care about is the moment the winner excitedly reaches out a hand to take their trophy.
This is partially true, I think.
And a star comes alive, opens its abyssal maw, and swallows the
Nihility
chess
call
piece's
out.
flame
Okay.
and the chessboard itself, all to remain in nihility for all eternity. What a sight! Even the rules themselves.
He does have like a very particular way he likes to destroy worlds, doesn't he?
Aha pours their power into at the end of the games, no matter their disguise.
Damn! Veracity, OP, huh?
Against the awakened veracity.
I mean, they are, you know,
They cannot escape
the Leviathans.
this devouring.
And here we go. Critical success.
Lucky you. I awaken the veracity to devour, of course. Even if it's just a fragment sealed in Ahatopia.
So this is what you guys were saying. Sometimes the answers are just like very similar between critical success and success.
To dim the stars. I don't care who wins this chess game.
I mean, this is
What I
exact
care about
up until
is the
now. Like up
moment the
until
winner excitedly
this point.
reaches out a hand to take their trophy, and a star comes alive, opens its abyssal maw, and swallows the chess
This is
pieces
word for
flames,
word
and
the same answer
chessboard
as the
itself,
success answer.
all to
so
remain
far.
in nihility for all eternity. What a sight! Even the rules themselves would be.
Do we get a little bit extra here at the
No
end?
matter who Aha pours their power into at the end of the games, no matter their disguise, it is all for nothing against the awakened veracity. They cannot escape this devouring.
Here we go.
Because it is not a duel, but the restoration of balance. It is the consequences and retribution they deserve for the sin of theft they committed at the dawn of time. Though Ouroboros does not understand the notion of revenge, when that ancient hunger, dormant for ages, is sated once more, and the stolen power surges back through
Hey yo.
even that blinded witness
Hey, yo.
primordial will shall, in that instant, taste the flavor of elation.
Very true. For those of you guys that don't know, and I don't know where this was shown, by the way, but yes, a big part of there is some like bad blood between Aha and Ouroboros, or the elation of veracity, because a big part of the veracity, right, is eating as much as you want, but also enjoying what you are eating, right? However, when the path of elation separates itself, right, or when Aha comes to existence, right, they stole kind of like the pleasureness of eating away from the veracity. So basically now the veracity is just like eating till the end of time without actually being able to enjoy what they're eating, if that makes sense. That's what Asap Pramod is talking about there. So Flamer, yeah, but the thing is, he said it's half-truth. This is not a half-truth, just a full-on lie, and bro isn't hiding it with his sarcastic tone. True. It was shown at 4.3. Was it? I feel like that was like Really? Was it just 4.3? I feel like that was announced like way earlier. Or am I just like tripping? That was 4.3. I feel like I like knew about that like way earlier down the line. I'm just tripping, I guess. Random aggressive tone learned from a certain Intellitron on Amphoreus. Even the they said Intellitron uses a lot. Guys, Azat Pramod is not a Xander clone. I hope he's not.
How did you fall from being the Astral Express's navigator to becoming a Lord Ravager?
Every time we miss, he always does that like that unfortunate.
Like a failed throw of the
He does that
die,
unfortunate gesture.
I became who I am now.
I got this answer when I did it in 4.4.
At first, I was a masked fool, but I grew
So I've seen this one
weary of
already.
the idiotic fools in the tavern, feasting and joking away all their days.
So it was from discussion between Ron May and Ash Vale while investigating Assad.
I became
No, like I said.
nameless. I led
Hold
the
on, I'll let the
Express
answer
to
finish
unknown
before I
worlds,
respond.
one after another, helping people to escape war and hunger. But unfortunately, once people fall into the sweetness of comfort and prosperity, they become like endless flies, droning with empty self-pity. as
Damn,
they
Assad Pramod, tell us how you really feel.
rot. But luckily for me, I've landed on a vocation worthy of a lifetime's devotion. Lord Ravager. Who could resist setting a planet ablaze after centuries on the job?
Assad Pramod, if you could
Humanity
set
at
my
worst.
workplace
If you were in my
on fire,
position,
that would be great.
you wouldn't be able to resist either.
All right, let me catch up with you guys. No, my point was I do remember, the discussion between Ron May and Ashvale in 4.3. Like I said, I know this. I knew this already. What I was saying is I thought that, that lore around Aha, stealing the pleasure of eating away from the veracity, I thought that was, a tidbit of lore that got, revealed earlier in Star Rail and through another, like story or a piece of lore. I don't know. Basically, like I thought it was like revealed a long time ago, and that they were just referencing it back again in 4.3. Goldie, okay, here we go. By the way, I got home yesterday at 7 p.m. started playing Currency Wars and put Beyond This Station on loop, and I stayed up all night and didn't pause it until the 3.1 stream started. So I might have listened to it for 12 hours straight. Yeah, me basically. It's really good. I've been conflicted, but I'll wait more time to make any kind of decision. No, you don't. Knowing you, it's going to be a decision that flip-flops constantly. The fact its entire saga is about the Trailblazer, you know who my favorite group in all media is. No, before that, we only had a very subtle tease of the elation buff and SU being called aftertaste. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Flavor. Goldie, until you prove it to me, brother, I'm trying not to be reactionary. You have tried not to be reactionary for how many straight story patches? When did Euphoria start? 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 4.0, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. So 14 story patches. Poi Poi is still number one right now. I believe you. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Poi Poi stayed at number one. But the very fact that you are considering it is very you. Guys, by the way, the reason I'm so harsh on Goldie sometimes is because I need to be. You guys have no idea the necessity behind it sometimes. I have to anchor him, otherwise he will go off the rails. Stone, I'm still surprised Himiko jumped from 15 to 1 in a single patch. For me or for you? Because for me, I had Himiko at like rank 7 or 8 before Player Arcadia, and then immediately after 4.0, she was my third favorite character in the game. And then she did jump after 4.3 to number 1. For you before the patch, she was 15. Also, by the way, Stone, good to know that we are on the same wavelength again. We had our favorite character Our favorite character was the same before with Firefly, and now it's Himiko again. Goldie, I wouldn't either. This is Hoyo trying to attack my very soul with a whole anthem for the Astral Express family. No, I'm saying I think Poi Poi is gonna be number one for you. I don't think Beyond the Station is gonna be number one. Your Euphoria's bias is always too high. To me, I always see you as the Euphorious guy, which I think you do as well. So, but the reason I'm even considering is because, well, yeah, the Astral Express, right? So, like, I expected Himiko to go up, but not that much. Flamer based, well, yeah. I feel like all of us see Euphorious as like the best part of HSR. But what you guys, without revealing too much of, me and Goldie's personal lives, Euphorious has a special connection to Goldie that is hard to surpass, is what I will say. Goldie, I don't know if you take offense to me like saying something like that. I do think after hype settles, Euphorious will come out on top. Well, Poi Poi, I assume, because the Planet Arcadia will not surpass Euphorious, right? Pretty open about it on my stream. Don't worry. Okay, good. Random, I'm still biased towards my deliverer. Yeah. I mean, Goldie's first ever favorite character in Star Rail, like the definitive favorite, like, all right, I have a number one character, was Finon. Because unfortunately, what was going to be Goldie's favorite number one character was Sam. And then Sam ended up being Firefly. So he got kind of like a little oopsies. And then Cyrene came out of nowhere. Guys, Himiko was pretty low on the radar for me until her banger dad came onto the scene. Yeah, Asap Prabhat is fucking awesome, isn't he? So Himiko's song from the final fight cutscene in 4.4 is also my new HSR song. It is also my favorite song. Beyond the Station is my favorite HSR song, I think. All right, let's continue.
Take a look at plain Arcadia beneath your feet. Do I need to explain more? This is just one of the microcosms of this absurd cosmos. They spend their time in idle satiety, then peck each other bloody in online arguments over insignificant issues.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
People never leave their
Very reminiscent of like the current real life, like internet, like modern
crying
internet.
and cheerful. Their eyes are glued to tragedies unfolding across the cosmos, treating
Damn.
other struggles for
Okay.
life as seasoning for their meals, then turning around to
Listen,
kick clowns who
I can't
make
talk
them
shit.
laugh. On the other side of the cosmos,
I am very privileged to live the life that I live, and I probably should be doing more to help out the world.
people huddle in the ruins without a single
Holy
drop
shit,
of
is this just like a
clean
case study
water.
analysis of just
Trembling as
Earth
they
at the
wait to
moment?
see whether tomorrow or death comes for them first. In this universe, the contrast between luck and misfortune is too dazzling. To become a nameless,
I keep seeing a bunch
is
of
to
Goldie
become
messages
a
in my
witness
peripheral.
to
Am I about to
more
deal with a
these
psychosis?
ridiculous sights. I walked too far and saw too much. Afterwards, I could not laugh again.
The fact that this one is in bold is
The
interesting.
blemished one showed me
So he basically, this is like
destruction,
a more flowery, poetic way of like what we all theorized, right?
gluttonous and the hungry, the brave and the weak,
Like he got,
all inequality.
he lived through life
to an equal
as
end.
en route,
From
as
that moment on,
Icy, right?
IC died, and Asat Pramad
And
was
unfortunately, through through tragedy and just seeing like the universe at its worst, he grew cynical, he grew jaded, and he lost hope in humanity. He lost, excuse me, sorry, he lost hope in the world, and then found solace in destruction. All right, let me go take a look at this Goldie psychosis here really quick. So the song had me almost crying my eyes out. No, yeah, I was crying my eyes out. Well, I actually cried harder. We'll get to it later. But this is gonna be a long stream, guys, for a story discussion. I'm looking at 3 hours probably. How much do we have left? Oh God, we gotta start accelerating this. Goldie, let's pave it out. Whoa. Flamer, Beyond the Station perfectly encapsulates the Trailblaze and the main theme of the HSR story. Honestly, any Hoyo game story. I mean, it is my favorite song. So, agreed with everything you guys are saying. Goldie, that's why I said I'm conflicted, but it's only been 2 days. Listen, better than your usual, because sometimes it takes 2 minutes. So, I respect I respect the additional time that you're investing in this. If you can get it to like 2 weeks and 2 months, that's not happening. In 2 months, if I still feel conflicted, maybe I'll put it to number 1. But I can guarantee you it's number 2 right now. No, I'm just yapping as usual. This is all part of your psychosis. Now, it's the process. Your psychosis is not the end result. It is the entire journey that leads to the craziness. Stone, one of my favorite parts of 4.4 was a cutscene to the Trailblazer looking back on their journey, seeing March and Dawn, then Belobog, then Jin Yang and Fu Xuan, then Misha, and finally the Chrysos heirs. And yeah, as Goldie just said, seeing Serini as well. No, yeah. I was telling Goldie this after I ended stream, but this was the first time I truly felt nostalgic about Star Rail. Like this is my favorite story patch for many reasons, but one of those reasons is it made me realize how much this game means to me, and you know how much I love this game. And yeah, I think that impact that it had that you just described, Stone, I think it had that same impact on all of us. And Flavor, you know, you just said the same thing. By the way, did you listen to the new radio dialogue? No, we're gonna do this after the video. Don't worry, I did not forget. That was the second thing we were gonna do today besides this. And then obviously we're going to do our regular discussion. Let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Random Finon was my favorite to make me go broke, and gosh, his story, my favorite character by far to even this day. I think you could make a very good argument that Finon is objectively, like from textbook definition, the best written character in Star Rail. So he is very high for me as well. Guess her back and forth with Asat was so damn good. Like it was the first time we've seen Himiko this uncomfortable and passive aggressive. The Asat Pramad Himiko conversation in the painting is one of my favorite scenes in Star Rail. Period. Random, talking about Microcosm the same way a certain Teletron does. You guys are never going to let me live the fucking Xandar clone thing down, are you? During Amphorius, just one time in Amphorius, I said, you know what? I hope we don't get to see more Xandar clones in the future. I would wish other antagonists would take the spotlight, and now all you guys talk about is Xandar clones. I know you guys are just making fun of me. It's okay. Stone, right now, HSR is my favorite gacha, but ZZZ 3.1 might change that. HSR will always be my favorite gacha. ZZZ has things going for it for sure, but I think the story in HSR just hits different for me. Goldie 3.7 still my favorite. Decisively, don't worry, no psychosis there. Okay, good. I have one war front that I can breathe in. So, and I also love the way Himiko gains her new form. Yeah, look, there's so many things I want to talk about that I'm like saving for later. Doubt anything will surpass 3.7 for me. HSR will always be my favorite game, period. Unfortunately, not me. Maybe one day HSR might be number 2 for me. It's my 3rd favorite game of all time. My favorite game of all time is Trails to Reverie, or Trails into Reverie. I've talked about it sometimes on the channel. My friend guest on YouTube knows this. My favorite media thing ever of all time is a Legend of Heroes Trails series. If you guys have not played or have not heard about the Legend of Heroes Trails series, please go look into it. I'm down to chat about it another time. But my second favorite game of all time is Monster Hunter World. I'm a big fan of Monster Hunter. And so my top 3 are Trails, Monster Hunter, HSR in that order. So Random Xandar Chu Kurabara. Just wait till he hears about Xandar's 6 to 7 Kurabara. I'm moving on. We need to fast forward through this video.
You call it falling, but I see it as sublimation. You've journeyed through plain Arcadia. How do you like this world of elation?
It's not great. It's not the best place. I mean, okay, if you had... Oh,
I don't like it.
oh. Yo, I went to go select the dialogue choice like I was playing. I was like so confused. Like I was like, why did it go forward? Why did it move on without me selecting a die? It's a video, dumbass. Oh my god, that was really funny. I just had such a brain fart. Okay, sorry, moving on.
I don't like it. They spend their time in idle satiety, then peck each other bloody in online arguments over insignificant issues.
I like this answer because this is relatable, you know,
People never
towards
leave
what
their
is happening in the
homes,
real
But
world.
online they are angry, crying, and cheerful. Their eyes
And
are glued
again,
to tragedies
I am not
unfolding
claiming
across
I'm
the
not a part of the
cosmos,
problem.
treating
Absolutely.
other struggles for life
I
as
am a part of the
seasoning for their
problem.
meals, then turning
Like I said, I
around
live
to
a
take
very
the
privileged
clouds
life,
to make
and
them
instead of
laugh.
spending $1,000 on E6
On the other
S5
side of
Himiko
the
Nova,
cosmos,
maybe I could have
the
donated that
IPC
$1,000
is
to charity.
bombing the Isthmian Confederation. People
Unfortunately,
huddle in
I am not
ruins
that
without
good of a person.
Single drop of clean drinking water, trembling as they wait to see whether tomorrow or death comes for them first. In this universe, the contrast between luck and misfortune is too dazzling.
I want to see what choice he looks. He's like number 2.
Of course not. One does not simply just become a Lord Ravager in an instant. Like Akivilli,
It took Fine on
I
like
once believed that
36,
exploring and
a long time.
connecting could create understanding.
Whether or not Finon is a Lord Ravager or just an emanator of
That the
destruction,
newly
up to your
discovered
interpretation.
worlds could shelter those whose own homes were ravaged by war and hunger.
here we go. So this is the part of the critical success answer that I really like to see, right? Right. In the regular success answer, he just like kind of said it very generally. Now we're getting the real, right? The real source of his tragedy, the real source of what turned him into such a broken man, right? And it contrasts the current Express, right? And what we're doing, right? It's just unfortunate that his experience as IC led to him becoming a supermod.
But all your trailblaze does is spread
Hey, yo!
naivete and hope
Hey,
across
yo!
a land
You want to talk shit? Get
destined to
hit,
be
buddy.
destroyed. Across the cosmic ocean, all civilizations meet a strikingly similar end. Having climbed to brilliance, they collapse under their own stupidity, avarice, or sheer chance. The path of Akivilli only postpones the inevitable, but it cannot change its nature. I walked too far and saw too much. Afterwards, I could not laugh again.
And that's why he destroys the elation.
Finally, the blemished one showed me another path.
Goldie, if you're still around, my friend, take care.
Destruction.
I will talk to you later.
On their path, the gluttonous and the hungry, the brave and the weak, all inequalities come to an equal end. Only when people realize that destruction is imminent do they resist meaningfully and make their existence worth something.
There's sort of truth
The
in that,
rising
unfortunately.
sun shines on ice sculptures, melts them as if they were never there. Even though humans carve them so beautifully, yes?
That's a great
That
answer.
moment onward, IC died, and Asat Pramad was born.
This, I will say, the Stellaron Hunter lore bomb was the biggest and most like shocking lore bomb. From like a storytelling perspective, from like a writing perspective, this might be my favorite answer. Like, you know, finally getting the like full confession from Asat Pramod himself on how he became a Lord Ravager, how he lost his way, etc. All this is really great stuff. Like, wow, okay, I was not expecting to get that. Let me catch up with chat here really quick. I'll start with YouTube. Guess yes, FOMO, Goldie to finish Trails Horizon. Yes, please. Everyone who watches Goldie alongside, you know, watching me. If you guys didn't know, Goldie streams as well. His channel is recommended on my YouTube channel. Please go badger him to finish Trails of Horizon, or just finish the Calvert arc in general. Guess Twitch clip that. I don't do clips yet, just because I don't have a Steam Deck, and I don't want to like go in and like do it manually. So eventually I'll get a Steam Deck and I'll be able to start clipping stuff. If you guys want to clip stuff, Stone, I know Stone clips stuff occasionally. If you guys want to clip stuff for me, by all means, go right ahead. So Stone bro's actually getting called out. Hey, a little bit, yeah. All in good fun, though. Steva, my favorite game of all time is Persona 3 FES, and I seriously doubt anything will surpass it. Okay, so here we go. So that's why Goldie started talking about Persona. No, yeah, I would love to do Persona on the channel at one point. I have played like the first third of Persona 5, and that's it. So I have a ton of like Atlas to play through and experience still. Stone, I think the moment that caused Himiko to go from 15 to 1 was the scene of her summoning all the different trains. That was a great scene. Again, we'll talk about it later. Hopefully you guys stick around for it. But my favorite scene of the patch is right before that.
And Asat Pramod was born.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. We're going to start accelerating this. I don't mean to ignore you guys, but yeah, I want to finish this.
This is a very complicated question. And well, all villains are always waiting.
Did I do this question? Hold on. No, I didn't do this question.
This is a very complicated question.
Stone, oh, you mean all of the Astral Express helping her?
All villains are always waiting for the opportunity to explain
Not
their
quite.
scheme.
I'll say it. The multiple scene. The multiple Himiko. The thumbnail of the YouTube stream is my favorite scene in 4.4.
But if I had to start from the beginning, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the patience to listen to the end. Why don't
Indeed,
you
it was
ask
Peak
about
Stone. We'll talk about it
something
later.
you're interested in?
Damn!
Come on, roll the die.
That was a
We'll
really
see how
disappointing
it
answer for a
suits
failure.
your role.
Or for a pass, whatever you want to call it. Or a miss. Miss. That's what it's called.
Oh, sadly, it's all about luck. If there is a winner, there needs to be a loser.
Wait, what? So that was even like... That was like a little bit of exposition even before the dice roll, huh?
If there is a winner,
It took me a while to
there
realize the
needs
dice
to
hadn't
be a
even rolled.
loser. Look, this is where the mastermind is forced to confess. It was supposed to be the good part, but alas, your dreadful roll has ruined it. Pity.
It's okay.
Looks like your
I'm watching a YouTube
curiosity
video right now, not
will
actually doing
have
it
to
in game. So
stay in the realm of speculation.
what this YouTube video is essentially me using Asat Pramod's power against himself. Like, hey, Asat Pramod, I will just manifest the best luck possible into reality. Haha, get fucked.
In detective
That's what this YouTube
novels,
video does for me.
The murderer always says the line, "Yes, it was me." Standing in a world falling apart like this, there's something so satisfying about delivering a killer's confession so gleefully.
Success. Okay, here we go.
I am willing to
Let's get
answer
some
the
truth.
most pressing question about this particular scheme.
Okay. Which one are you gonna select? I assume the critical success gives us all 3 answers, the same way the Lord Ravager one does.
Moon suddenly promised that the winner would become a permanent Eon?
Flamer, just let those set options come. None will we choose as fate's outcome.
Countless
Where is that from?
cosmos go
That does sound
around
familiar.
claiming to be Aha themselves. But as we all know, only the Eon themselves could have made that
Beyond the station? That's why it sounded familiar.
Their divine prophecies prove that the elation is watching these games at all times, and that my activities have not crossed any boundaries. That's it? I was hoping you'd dig a little deeper. Going over my past schemes is actually quite a treat.
Bro, this motherfucker better not die, man. I'm gonna miss him if he does. Please stick around. Alright, critical success, lock in.
Ask away.
Yeah, okay, this one lets you ask every single one. Alright, we're gonna skip through this because we literally just heard this answer.
Suddenly promised.
Let me really quickly see if there's anything new about this answer, but I don't think there will be. Oh, okay, well, here we go.
When it comes to infiltrating Ahatopia, the two trickiest
Flamer, it is a very good line to
obstacles
use for
are the
Trailblaze.
world and canvas
Indeed.
that keeps the husk sealed away, and the unkillable Panarch.
I still don't have the lyrics memorized. Look, something about myself that you guys will learn. I suck at remembering lyrics. It is one of my worst skills in the world. I have listened to Beyond the Station for probably like on loop since Wednesday for like 12 hours now. Maybe that's like 10 or so. No, like 10 to 12 hours. And I still don't know the lyrics. It is one of my like worst like skills that I have.
But Aha has never specified that a judge cannot become a supplicant.
Grandpapa gone too soon. I hope he's not gone.
Nobody
I really
has ever
do.
used this loophole in all these years. It's surprisingly easy. All it takes is one mask, which is placed onto the Elwood in the courtyard before she wakes up.
Compelled foolish.
Why would I? My relationship with Full Wish has always been above board. There's no need to compel a prospect as driven for revenge as she was.
You gave her the
And
tools
it's
and means to do what
impossible
she was going to do,
include
though.
anyone like her in any complex scheme. All one could
Yeah,
do
set her
was
free in quotation marks. Like, set her free. You know what I
allow
mean?
her to shine.
Sure thing, Asapramod.
Of course. She needed a small gift for motivational purposes, which I provided. A sliver of shoe.
Just a small gift.
flesh.
That's it.
That's it? I was hoping to
Lord Ravager aiming to
read.
As the
Here we
Lord
go.
Ravager aiming to destroy Elation, what are you planning to do to Aha?
How much do we have?
What
Bro, we're not
else
even
would the
halfway.
Lord Ravager aiming to
God damn.
destroy Elation do?
I feel like I've been on here
Destroy
forever.
them, of course.
I meant, what exactly is your hatred for them about?
We have been yapping a lot, in
I
all
may
fairness.
have developed
Which,
some
what do you expect
excessive
from me at this point?
feelings Towards Aha. After all, before boarding the express, the fool's name I used.
What's
at
going
the
on,
tavern
Bella? How
was-
is stuff going? Stuff is going very well, Bella. Welcome in. Happy weekend.
Oh, dear.
Happy Friday. Well, depending on you
Luck
guys
isn't
are
on
where
your
you guys are at in the
side.
world, may not be Friday.
So whatever I plan to do to Aha, you'll never know.
Rude.
In any case, I am not in plain Arcadia.
I
for
actually
Aha.
believe that.
I came here
Also,
for you.
yes, he did just straight up say that. Yapping is good. Yapping is good
Elation was a
at
dutiful and
times.
committed god.
Sometimes I
They
I go
scattered
on
the
too much of a
seeds
tangent.
chance, carving sharp turns of fate across the universe. They even made a reward of their own face, bestowing it upon those who passed their trials, and delighted in goading other gods to join the hunt for the most terrifying, supreme being.
Might as well just put Nihilux there.
Unfortunately, nothing resists the incineration of time. No matter how long the comedy lasts, all will eventually return to silence. But before the deathly silence, the elation will become something even more terrifying.
I keep becoming more and more sus of
That's
Nihilux.
why I have made up my mind.
Like, potentially could be a boss. Potentially.
You're pretty lucky.
Lock in critical success time.
You think I'm going to kill
We are indeed reacting to all of the answers to the questions, Bella.
everything.
And then after this, we're gonna do the radio, the new radio information, and then after that, we'll do like our 30-minute to 45-minute
Elation
discussion.
was a dutiful and committed god. They scattered the
We're about
seeds
halfway
of
through.
chance, carving sharp turns of fate across the universe.
Now we can skip this.
Those
We
join
just
the
know
hunt.
already.
Unfortunately, nothing resists the incinerators and becomes something fatigued they are. The elation
Okay,
is
this is
being
what I thought.
swallowed by their own endless mirth. They will slide towards an even more terrifying extreme. Not to stop elation.
Hey yo,
but to
what?
drag all things into
A
an
full
eternal
CG art just hiding behind
unreasonable farce of
a
chaos.
RNG check?
And that will cease to be comedy and become a universe-wide contamination.
God damn! Like they just had this CG. Imagine telling the artist who made this, by the way, just like, by the way, there's a chance that it appears in another question. All right, cool. At least there's a higher chance. But imagine making this art as beautiful as it is and just like being like, oh, people might not see it. That would be so sad. Bella, why are we putting Nihilux where? Well, because she is at this point all but confirmed to be Aha. So I was just saying you might as well just start using her name instead of they. Ah, boss, you can't even avoid buy news coin Ponzi scheme. She might be doing it on purpose though, just to be funny.
On stepping onto a path and becoming an eon, one is expected to glimpse their own end. Yet the results of paths colliding remain beyond their sight.
That's actually pretty interesting.
How do they really feel about exercising the divine authority of elation? Do they suffer with it? Would they fear this ending? I don't know. For humans, the prize of these games lasts for only a fleeting minute. But for an eon, it's a free and
All right.
blissful reprieve from the shackles of their path. If the disciples of a god cannot bring them deliverance before they fall, do they still deserve to be called disciples?
Depends on the Eon, I would say.
I boarded the Astral Express and traveled to different worlds, searching for their tracks and games. Before they fully succumb to corruption and drag all existence into that unspeakable madness, I will grant them the grandest final curse.
So basically, Nihilux is eroding.
This is the highest form of reverence I can
Which
offer them.
I theorize this. You know, I theorize that a big reason why I believe Nihilux was going to be Aha, which I mean she pretty much is, was because her role in the story so far, a big part of her character in the story so far has been like her being lazy about writing and creating the fluffy comic, right? And I thought that was going to be like a parallel to her having grown weary and tired of following the path of elation. And so, yeah, it's basically just, you know, time has not been kind to Nihilux in her mind, and we'll see what happens.
I'm sure it's nothing to you. But do you
I'm pretty sure
mind
I got success for
explaining
this answer.
how to defeat you?
Understand.
Yes, there's one weird detail because the one who granted Himiko her wish is not Aha, because based on the text it felt like Aha wasn't there, but someone with the same position as Aha. I'm thinking it's Evanesia,
Justice.
but could not be Evanesia. It could be someone else. But I know who you're talking about. The one that Motoko said helped her.
Don't worry. My answer won't disappoint you. But of course, you'll have to roll the die first. Curses! Your failed roll stings more for me than it does for you.
Curses.
What an opportunity to miss out on.
Flamer, it's practically confirmed it's Evanesia based on 4.1. Yeah.
Hint.
Like, they didn't say it was her specifically, but like,
When you were fighting back against Full Wish,
very good chance.
try your hardest to remember. You already know what I'm talking about.
It's the fucking Harmony Nook that you have inside your chest, Trailblazer.
The way to defeat me is right in front of you.
Just like it
Inside
always
you
is.
that. It's the Stellaron. All
Stevo,
this
after this
time,
in radio, I
you've
recommend
been
going frame by
traveling
frame
a
through
limited
first
and
cutscene of Trailblazer
ridiculous
using Stellaron. It has few interesting images that appear for literally few frames. Okay. You mean like during the climax against the Supper Mod? Like when he starts going out of control?
Defeat me in this state. But if you
Okay.
do what you did against
Remind me
Full
once we
Wish,
get to the discussion part.
open it to this world, to those cowards trembling in the ruins, to the
If you're still around,
audience
stay there.
waiting for a hero
No need to
save
stick around
them.
as always.
The surge of wish power.
Come and go as you
fully
desire.
awaken it. And in that moment, you can easily seize your victory.
Critical success! Lock in, guys!
That's a critical success.
Why, thank you. But I'm pretty sure I got this one when I did it in the main story.
So I, in my capacity as senior and devil both,
Random,
must
I'll be
now
going.
tell
Have a
the
good night, everyone.
protagonist
Random, thank you so
how
much for
to
coming through, my man. Take
How
care of yourself.
thrilling.
Get a good night's rest, and
I
hopefully
won't
we'll see you
hide it
tomorrow.
more than the way to
Take care of yourself,
defeat
bud.
me is right in front of you. Inside you, in fact. Hidden away.
Still around.
Bingo! You now have the means to
He
kill
gave us a
me.
thumbs up. He said, good job.
But unfortunately, your
No, I got the success
limited,
answer then.
laughable
I don't
human
remember this.
form Cannot defeat me.
Flamer Evanesia recognized Himiko in 4.1, but when Himiko answered, she doesn't know her. And immediately changed the suspect when she realized that she's not Motoko. Indeed.
If you do what you did against Full Wish, open it to this world, to those cowards trembling in the ruins, to the audience waiting for a hero to save them.
I'm pretty sure when we did 4.1, I called out that moment as suspicious for a particular reason. Bella, yeah, if she can get her money back from a Ponzi
What
scheme
does
and is
it
struggling to handle
matter?
payments of
You would have defeated the devil, and your wish would be fulfilled.
Yep, now Lux has got other problems going for her on top of her
That
time
comes,
erosion.
You may no longer care about the cost.
Oh. Ooh, some voice acting there.
Someone said there are 4 paths that will
I'm
bring
pretty
the
sure I got critical
apocalypse
success
to
on
the
this one if
universe.
I remember.
Destruction, harmony.
I would like to see the other answers though.
What is the last remaining path?
Because what I think you guys told me this one was preservation for failure.
Your questions would
I don't
leave
remember
the
if you guys
most
told me what the
completely
success one
stumped.
was normally. Don't
But I
tell
will
me,
answer
by the
them,
way. Let me see
even
this.
though I can only offer my humble opinion. Up to you if you believe me or not. Now, roll the die. You're not rolling well, but that won't stop me from telling you my opinion.
Or was it the permanence? I
The
don't know.
fourth path that will bring about
Preservation,
the
okay.
apocalypse
It was. It started with a P.
is the preservation. doesn't sound logical if the purpose of the preservation is to sustain the existence of the universe itself. So, they probably went a step too far. No, it shouldn't be they, but all of them, rather. All the gods who created and sustained the paths of the universe. They define the boundaries, deciding which will become
I don't necessarily disagree with this, which is interesting. I think that, like, the biggest danger in HSR isn't necessarily Nanook himself, but the path system itself. The very existence of the path system itself is dangerous.
One, even Noose, the omniscient god, failed to foresee. When every variable is fixed by the path, the unseen and forever unseeable unknown begins to grow quietly at the edge of all rules, fated to become the end. So, what brought the fourth finality?
So I'm surprised that they're saving this type of answer for
But all paths
a missed
themselves.
dice roll.
It was the gods themselves who,
'Cause I actually
in
kind of
the
agree with
name
this.
of creation and existence, carved out an inescapable finale with their
Bella Aha
own
seems to fall
hand.
in debt at any form. That is true. They do owe a debt to the
I
Astral
believe
Express.
the fourth path that
Oh,
brings the
elation, right.
apocalypse is the elation. Once, elation was a dutiful
Okay,
and
so
committed god.
I'm guessing this is where you guys told me that it would appear in a different question, the CG art, because this is the same dialogue options.
Terrifying. How truly silence is being swallowed. Terrifying.
Okay, here we go. Was it you, Flamer? Oh yeah, it was you. Gotcha. We're just gonna skip past this then, because it's the same dialogue. Here we go. We've already seen that piece of dialogue, so we're just gonna skip past it.
Offer them.
And then this is the Trailblaze answer.
That's a critical success. Perhaps I have a surprise for you.
Sevo, considering this question is explicitly said by him to just be his opinion, it's possible fail option is real theory, but not one he believes in. Correct.
Trailblaze.
Really, any of his answers could potentially be false, right? Because
Glad that their plan
he is not
failed.
Noose. He's not the
Nobody knows what
all-knowing,
happens to a
you know,
universe
mastermind of the
whose
universe.
paths broken. An unknowable, incalculable universe of madness.
This answer that he gives about the Trailblaze is also, in of itself, in a way, a criticism of the HSR path system itself and how dangerous it is to the world of HSR. So I like this answer as well.
Doesn't even the answer destruction sound kind? At least it has a clear end.
But the paths seem to be manifest as a result of people.
Since
We
you're
need to alter
open
existence.
to answering anything.
Well, you're not incorrect. But the thing is, in real life, like here on Earth, you, me, Bella, there is no path system. At least that we know, right? If there is a path system in real life, we don't know it yet. And what makes the path system in HSR so dangerous is, like you said, it is defined and created by mortals that are aware of the path system. And as a result, what you get is basically gods and philosophies that have tangible power in excess. Because anything in life in excess is, for the most part, bad. And the path system is a system of excess. So like Lord Asaprama just said, the Trailblaze in excess is bad. So that's the difference. Guess he might not be all knowing, but he's old. He's got tendonitis, remember? That tendonitis got wisdom. Poor Asapraman, man. He got his retirements plan canceled, or his insurance. I forget which one it was. He got his shit canceled by Silverwolf. He's got tendonitis, and then he got multiple trains smashed into them.
Let's talk about the Lord Ravager's weaknesses.
Okay, so I rolled success on this, and I got one answer, which was Zephyro being afraid of the dark. I assume if you get critical success on this one, you get all of them.
You failed. And even if you'd succeeded, so what?
Which I'm excited to see Silanova's weakness. Because that's the other, Lord Ravager that is,
Zephyro is scared
interesting.
of the dark. Archforger has social anxiety. Selenova is tone deaf, and Fantilia has trouble choosing.
Well,
Does this help you?
this is kind of... That's accurate to the answer he gave me about Zephyro, so maybe the others are accurate as well.
Again, who could pass up the chance to gossip about colleagues? Whose weakness?
Guess funny how Stellaron is called Cancer of all worlds, and Cancer is just an uncontrollable excess of reproduction. Well said. Does he also pick Zephyro? Oh,
Different one? Which Lord Rabbit?
you!
Me? My weakness also happens to be my strength. Chance.
Fair enough.
I've never been able to resist planting several seeds on a whim and watching them take root in unexpected
Flimmer, yeah,
ways.
and the miss, he just didn't expand on that. Oh, okay.
I never expected.
Arc Forger was social anxiety. I don't remember the Selenova one, so we'll get it here.
But then again, who could pass up the chance to gossip about colleagues? And plus, your role was a critical success.
He just makes it sound funny without
Go ahead,
context.
then.
Fair
Whose
enough.
weakness do you want to know?
All right, don't tell me any of these. Let me react to them in time.
Scratch that. Who says you can't buy one and get 7 free? I'll wrap the whole thing up for you.
Why, thank you, Grandpa.
Fantilia loathes stubborn minds, hosts she can't seize. She abhors the taste of human courage. Her greatest weakness is her insatiable greed.
It's like he said.
Always wanting everything
Basically,
at once.
he kind of describes it at the initially like up here, like she wants to take over, basically, and then he kind of follows it up in the second part of the sentence here, like, okay, she's greedy, and if she can't take over, then she's gonna keep trying to take over, and that's your opportunity.
Zephyro. He's the perfect warrior. But I guess what he fears and hates most is those soulless lunatics. Puppets that have their souls snatched by the Black Sun. To put it bluntly, he's afraid of the dark. Luxbane is a beast. Doesn't understand human language at all. Beasts aren't flawless. of
Okay, so
course. A dog's weakness
not
is
intelligent.
bones. And if you show it the sun,
Just
it will
highly,
definitely
highly
chase
destructive.
after it. Selenova. She loathes anything.
Oh, tone deaf, right? That's what he said.
Without a haze of noise and distortion around her.
Interesting.
Restless.
Interesting.
Archforger. A fellow I'm quite fond of. Quiet, rational, and elegant. Hardly what you'd expect.
Archforger seems like a real G, man.
I hear he's most afraid of appearing before others. Probably a social recluse.
So, what Asap Ramad is saying is that Archforger is me, right? You guys would describe me as quiet, rational, elegant, right? Right, guys? And a social recluse, probably, right? Right? You know? Back me up here. Back me up here.
I am too.
I'm joking.
Well, you guys already off that one.
Well, it wasn't just me.
My weakness also happens to be my strength. Chance. I've never been able
Okay,
to
we're gonna
resist
skip past
planting
this one
seeds.
because, again, we already heard this one.
Want to know how Yao Guang and Evanesia are doing?
Yeah,
I can tell you care a lot about them.
they're both still alive.
As you should. After all, they
Guess, sure, if I didn't watch you at your highest slash lowest with Remiel.
Just assume they're both dead.
My highest... Honestly, I'm trying to think of the what character I have simped more for in my channel's history. And not like praised or like appreciated, like simped. It's probably Evelyn. I would say, like, maybe not at its peak, like all at once, but probably like overall, probably Evelyn. That's just the safest pick, right? Now, like, I'm thinking of like simping for the worst. Like, I did go to some dark places with Remiel. I will say that. So, yeah, who knows?
Do you really have the time?
I haven't done a
to
lot.
worry
I haven't
about
done too
others?
much HSR simping,
You
thankfully.
should be thinking hard about what you're going to do next. But as
Okay.
is customary,
Ah, of course.
I can only
I was like,
answer
we gotta lock in. Tell me.
one question at a time. Who do you pick?
I would probably pick Evanescia.
She
Okay.
is the avatar of the abundant Elwood. Even if the world ended, she would not be affected. What you should worry about is whether she will still be the Evanescia you know when she
Fair enough.
wakes up again.
And then this critical success gives you both of them.
This role buys you 2 answers.
Guess Evelyn for now. Next stream's going to top it.
Xianzhou General
I
used
do
her
think I'm gonna
gaze
simp a
to
lot
anchor
for
the fate and future
Remiel
of this
throughout
world.
3.1,
Paving
but
the
I'm
way
telling you
for
guys,
comrades.
once Eldrada gets
Stirring,
any
bittersweet
significant amount of
Isn't that
screen
exactly
time,
what this
it is
Xianzhou
over. It is done.
But during her
She will be my favorite ZZZ character, almost
the only
certainly.
thing she could not take into account was herself.
Mm-hmm.
So I offered a small gesture in return. I brought the probability of her existence at
Wait,
this
I
moment
wanna
in was her
Re-listen to this.
The Xianzhou General used her gaze to anchor the fate and future of this world, paving the way for her comrades. What a stirring, bittersweet tale. Isn't that exactly what the Xianzhou people admire? But during her observation, the only thing she could not take into account was herself. So I offered a small gesture in return.
How
I
polite of
brought
you,
the
Sakuma.
probability of her existence
How
at this
polite.
moment down to virtually 0. Is she dead or alive? I do
She's
not know.
alive.
And it makes no difference. She will be lost forever.
Nah, Skrullum's gonna find some way to like anchor, her observed reality in
She
place.
might find her way home
It's gonna happen. It might take some time, but it's gonna happen.
tomorrow, or maybe tens of thousands of years from now. As for Evanescia,
Okay, we got this answer already.
a most
Oh shit.
In Amphorius. Who was that?
this is a most
Did I select this one and then get failure? Because I don't think I recognize this
possess
question.
the gift of grasping possibility. Unfortunately,
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
I do not know the answer to that question.
I wanted to know about this
It's
one, and then I was like,
beyond
oh,
what I
okay,
can
cool.
see and
Thanks, game.
understand at
Thanks,
present.
RNG.
To make amends, this
There's no.
question
Oh, okay, never mind.
won't count against you.
That's the one.
Asat Pramad,
Hey,
have you ever been in love?
let's go.
What did you just say?
Sorry, but I'm really curious.
I don't regret
Have you
asking this
ever
question.
fallen in love?
And I got a critical success on this one.
You have this rare opportunity to speak to a former navigator, and you're interested in his personal
I would say
life?
it's a rare opportunity to speak to a Lord Ravager about love. I'm more focused on that.
You really are something else. So intrigued.
Flavor, no critical success. He's scared from that.
The towel and bow out.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, I should roll?
Wait, not yet. Don't roll. If you roll a critical
So this one's
success,
similar to the other one.
I honestly have no idea how I'm supposed
I just remember
to
getting an
lead a
answer
sharp
on this
jab
one.
at cosmic destiny into something about personal emotions. So be it. This one's on me. I'll answer you plainly. I've loved. Of course, I've loved before. But in the end,
I do remember this.
every planet tied to my past lovers.
I mean,
I
he's
destroyed
probably
them all.
referring to his
because we
time
broke up.
as IC or his time
genuinely cared for
as en route. Because
just
back
like
then
what I
he
do
was
now,
a
even
mortal,
more.
right? He was not an ascended being as a emanator.
Feels good to get that off my shoulders. They have no complaints.
But who knows? I won't judge if Asad Pramod has lovers. He has lovers.
All right. This won't happen again. Maybe you still have a lot of questions like this. Maybe you'll just ask them directly. But let me make it clear. I don't want to see such questions again.
All right, then I'll just ram a
Can you
train into
tell
you.
me the real truth about the Phantasm Moon game?
Guess if we had a critical success, I bet he had a crush on Aha. That would be really funny. Really funny. I mean, Nihilux is a looker,
What else could it be? The Phantasmoon Games is just entertainment.
but I mean, he can shapeshift, so he could change how he
Aha
looks.
used the one
That is true.
as an Eon prize to move the masses around like pieces
He
of
could seduce anyone, maybe even himself.
delighting in their embarrassing displays. Across countless generations, the supplicant's wish power has gathered here, coursing through the abundant Elwood into the veins of the path. It soothes the ever-starving husk and keeps it from rising again.
Gotcha.
So, people are not
They're doing-
acting for Aha's
They're doing it to
entertainment.
keep the
They're
veracity,
doing their
you know,
best to come out
in
of the
control.
next Amber era unscathed. But after thousands of years, this was no longer a game, but a rotten play. On stage, the actors battled. Down below, the audience was numb. The director, well,
Flavor, he said he killed all of his past lovers, so probably not. Yep, he didn't just kill them, he blew up their planets. Or worlds.
then the pitiable
So,
boss
Asad Pramod does not like his exes, apparently.
There you have it.
I mean, who does, right? He just takes it to an extreme.
Games.
All right, I'm curious to see what the critical success is here.
Critical success? Then perhaps I should clear things up.
Because I feel like his success answer was pretty deep.
Across countless generations, the supplicant's wish power has gathered here, coursing through the abundant Elwood into the veins of the path. It soothes the ever-starving husk and keeps it from rising again.
The veracity really do be a
People
bitch.
believe the supplicant's miracle was created to please Aha, but this is wrong. People believe the markings around the mask measure how much wish power each
Okay.
supplicant has gathered, but they're wrong. Those markings are telling everyone this: if you want to lull the veracity into sleep, you must fill them. Only when the hunger and thirst of the slumbering beast are satiated with wish power can the beings of Ahatopia
Bro, I
struggle
did not
on
ever
into the
expect
next Amber era.
before 4.x that in Plain Arcadia we would have to deal with both the abundance and the veracity.
By sharing 1 minute of their life. Everyone is envious of the infinite power of the eons and their eternal life. But who can comprehend their suffering on those paths, bound by their own authority, becoming unfeeling instruments of the law? Even a god as close to humanity as elation.
Rest in peace, Nihilux.
Humans, the prize of these games.
Yeah, this piece of
lasts for
dialogue
only a
we got
fleeting
before.
minute. But for an eon, it's a free and blissful reprieve from the shackles of their path. Do you understand now? The Fantasy Moon Games.
That line was voice acted very aggressively. Wait, hold on. I want to listen to that again.
Respite can elation, vulnerable and unguarded, be killed.
Hold on. Let's listen to that line again. Holy shit. That was very
The
aggressive.
shackles of their path. Do you understand now? The Fantasy Moon Games are a hard.
Do you understand now? Sounded like Golem there. We're almost at the end. I think we have like 2 more questions. Because the Himiko one is the last one, so I mean that one like obviously like doesn't really have an answer. So this is really the last one.
You said you used to be the navigator. So, is the Eon of Trailblaze still alive?
Yeah, I see.
Ah. You have rolled.
Stone Bro brought out his inner Angus. Yeah.
How do I reply to you?
He said, let me traumatize you for just a minute here.
Said they live within the bodies and in the footsteps of you.
Damn, okay. Akavili really did die then.
No matter how many
Big
times
Sage.
the Express crashes, it will always return to its
At least if that's the miss answer.
Surely this is proof that Akivili is still living.
Bella, both
yes?
paths were in the Anti-Destruction
Only when you
Alliance
reach
trailer.
Nirvana, perhaps you will finally realize
You're not wrong.
the trailblazer.
I guess I just didn't think they would be involved like this.
They died, slain by their own desire, to transcend origin and end, to surpass the tree of existence, reach beyond the paths.
Excuse me? Excuse fucking me. Hello? Is this not the second biggest lore bomb of this entire section with the Stellaron Hunter one? This one's crazy. Wait, this is just like recontextualizing the Trailblaze path entirely. Like this gives completely new perspective to the Trailblaze path. Cause you guys know what origin and end mean in the Hoyoverse. You know what origin and finality mean, right? The tree of existence to reach beyond the path system itself. So Akavili had a goal in mind when he was trailblazing forward.
After all, when the universe has no roads left to walk, then there's only one place.
I could actually see the fourth finality being Trailblaze now.
And so, I witnessed the fall of an eon. That power that unveiled the stars and traversed space. In the end, it left nothing but an inconsequential point of light at the edge of existence.
So basically, Akavili could not trailblaze any further, and so he died.
This secret myself, and Akivili must reveal.
Why is it
Akivili is dead. But
italicized?
perhaps they are still alive in a way
Yeah,
even they
through me.
never expected. The fall of an eon is simply a change to the form in which they currently exist.
What?
No one knows if this is
Akavili is the Astral Express confirmed.
According to Nameless who have met Akivili, they frequently mention the origin
Yeah.
and end.
This is such a massive lore bomb, by the way. This is big, Flamer? Yeah. This is very big.
After After all, bound within finite space and time.
I cannot
There's
believe
only one place
they
the
just
dawn of the
recontextualized the
Trailblaze
path of the
longs to
Trailblaze
reach,
entirely.
beyond the universe. And so I witnessed the fall of an eon. That power that unveiled the stars and traversed
Bella, he was super
space.
grinding his teeth through that line.
In the
Uh-huh.
end, it left nothing but an inconsequential point.
They didn't
of
actually
light.
recontextualize it. Yeah, maybe recontextualize isn't the right word. Give new perspective, basically. Like, you know, introduce something new about what the Trailblaze means in the story of Star Rail. Tolga, what's going on YouTube? I would have believed Himiko's death if we didn't know Final Boss Phase 3 exists and we still didn't see Himiko Nova and her mech. HSR, please fire your story writer already. We have been doing this fake ending since 1.0. Hey, look, I actually had like kind of a bit of a discussion, or I wouldn't say discussion. A fellow viewer of mine left a comment on the 4.4 VOD that criticized the you know, the lack of, I guess, death in HSR, which for one, not necessarily entirely true, but we'll get to it here in a bit because I want to finish this and we'll talk. We'll make that the first point of discussion.
Is Himiko still alive?
Well,
Do
the
you
writers are
really
fine. The
have
point wasn't
no
about if Himiko
feelings
died.
for your
Kiri was
daughter?
doing the will. She won't. She. There is points of criticism for 4.4.
Luck really is awful.
I just don't think
All the
it's that bad.
questions you
Like I
had
said,
to
give me like
fail
5 minutes. We'll get to
on
it here
I
soon.
most wanted to answer. Pay no mind to the role. I'll be honest with you. Of course Himiko is still alive. At least on the stage I'm meticulously prepared for her. She will play an important role and is now awaiting her curtain call. Life is like this. One chance journey after another. One win after another. Playing someone's father. Becoming someone's friend. And at times, someone's lover. Then, by a twist of fate, I,
A twist of
little
fate,
with no
sure.
future, begin to dream of the stars and of lands yet to be reached. I have never understood why the seeds I planted by chance would always take root in unexpected
Like he said, this was his
ways.
weakness.
I never expected
He
them
always
to bear
plants too many
fruit,
seeds.
such as Graphia or Himiko.
And ultimately, it's what did him in. First time chatter, Sparta. What's going on, my man? It says on the tin, Akavili wants to go beyond the universe of HSR.
Just like that.
For me, it's more the Flamer. You also had a
I had the chance.
you had a comment on this as well. For me, the new perspective is more or less, you know, using the words origin and end. Because the words origin and end or origin and finality mean a lot to the Hoyoverse universe.
to both.
By the way, quick
I
call out.
never fully understood that lapse in judgment. I still ask myself why. Stood that to
The fact that Asapramon says no to both here when you have two dialogue options, kind of creepy. It's kind of a fourth wall break. Me and Goldie were talking about this the other day. Like two dialogue options and Asapramon knows you had two different dialogue options. Sparta, it's cyclicality. It's a form of samsara. In a way, yeah.
to both.
Especially if what Asapramon implied earlier, in which the Trailblazer was becoming a new Akavili, a new potential Eon or Trailblaze, right? Trailblaze moves forward till the very, you know, edge of the universe. They eventually, you know, reach the end of the universe and they have nowhere else to Trailblaze, and as a result, they die because, you know, that's the way the path system functions, and it just repeats.
The moment I finally understood why I didn't shoot down the Express 15 years ago. It had nothing to do with acting as a
Now
father.
look at him and his
or
boss form. Dude's a Hindu deity looking motherfucker.
But for a destruction that spanned 15 years.
Leave mother alone!
Set her on a journey to gain what was most precious.
Flamer, there is nothing beyond the Honkai universe at the moment. From what we know, yes.
Cruelest way.
Well, I guess multiverse, if you had to describe it.
Is this? I will have you bring an end to this world, here and now. It's the most vicious joke I can play.
Nothing
on
beyond the tree of imagination and the sea of quanta,
and on
basically.
the fate of the universe. Take a guess. Will this joke?
Well, the thing is, the tree of imagination is sort of like a multi-universe in of itself. That's why I said multiverse. Maybe just general world would be a better term.
My Stellaron?
The worlds the Astral Express deals with. How could they be without a Stellaron? Boom! 15 years ago, during the Blood-Stained Games, all the supplicants died violent deaths. Then,
This sound effect caused me fucking goosebumps when I reacted to it in 4.4.
craving a blood sacrifice. 15 years later, a hero from the Express.
Sapramod, I need you to chill, brother.
Games.
I need you to chill, Grandpa. Eat a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry.
The perfect sacrificial piece. All right. Now that I've answered the 8 questions, I now need to.
And it's time. Did I just get Ultra Omega spoiled on what's happening in 3.1 tomorrow? Thanks, YouTube. That's Eldrada, right? Please tell me. Okay. I'm so much more excited about tomorrow now. My ZZZ watchers, if you guys are still here, I just got a little bit spoiled by YouTube on the 3.1 stream tomorrow. All right, well, nice to know Eldrada's in the trailer at least a little bit. Oh, she looks beautiful, doesn't she? Okay, well, really great section of the game, and nice to finally be able to get, the full breadth, right? The full scope of all of the questions and all their answers, right? For me, the 2 biggest lore drops were the Stellaron Hunter one and the Alcavilli one. Those were the 2 biggest ones. And then I think my favorite answer, even though it wasn't a lore drop, was why embrace destruction? Because this was just, in my opinion, pretty good writing. Like, taking what we all theorize as Sapramod and, how his lives as en route and IC led to him experiencing things across the universe of, Honkai style rail and experiencing tragedies and all that stuff, eventually causing him to lose faith in the world and humanity. And that's how he ended up becoming a Lord Ravager at the end of the day. So let me catch up with chat here really quick. Let me start with YouTube. Guess Lamau, same thing happened to me. Which happened to me? Sorry, was it something that I said? Flamer, the imaginary tree is a universe, not a multiverse. Never was a multiverse or stupid localization changed the world to universe for absolutely no reason. Well, it depends on what your interpretation of each is as it is, because each, not each part of the imaginary tree, because, there's leaves and branches and everything, but there's multiple different worlds that are in the imagination tree, right? So if you consider each of those worlds a universe of itself, then it becomes a multiverse, right? So Sparta, more complicated, brother. If it's the same tree as the one auto touch, it's not a universe. That's something else. Still, we can argue, semantics all day. At the end of the day, there's a lot of worlds. Okay, a lot of worlds. It depends on what you consider it. Sparta, look at Assad's titles from his boss title. It's fascinating. Yeah, one of my chatters the other day during the 4.4 stream was saying that his name meant something particular in Sanskrit, if I remember correctly. So I'll have to go back and look into it. Oh, YouTube spoiling you on the ZZZ live stream. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. Flamer, yes, there are multiple different worlds, but those worlds are not universes, just star systems, such planets. Those are very different things. Well, to each their own, Flamer, right? I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but I am saying that if some of those people were to consider those different worlds universes, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with them either. I think it's kept vague on purpose. So, but again, Hoyoverse keeps a lot of their things vague on purpose because they know that the more vague you keep your lore in your world building, the safer and less risky it is. That's why a lot of the things in Hoyoverse and HSR and ZZZ and Genshin and Honkai Impact III, it's not fully definitive. So because, you know, again, Flamer, agree to disagree, brother. Agree to disagree. Okay, we're gonna go react to the game. Radio. Let me turn on audio for you guys because I don't think audio is on. Audio should be on now. There we go. Let me catch up with YouTube real quick. Tolga, 1.x equals wow, Fantilli and Kokolia are such badass antagonists. They ain't topping that. 1.x is wow, Sunday is such a badass antagonist. They aren't topping hip. 3.x is wow, Xandar is such a badass antagonist. They ain't topping him. 4.x is wow, Asapramad is such a badass Tolga, you're not wrong. Though I will say, I wasn't a fan of Fantilio, but I did think Kokolia boss fight was awesome. But yeah, at one point I was like, yeah, Sunday is the best antagonist in Star Rail. Then I was like, yeah, Lygus is the best antagonist in Star Rail. And now I'm like, Asapramad is the best antagonist in Star Rail. Bella, ZZZ is getting hyped everywhere for me too. Hey, look, Bella, if you haven't started ZZZ, Bella, I think you mentioned to me you were, not yesterday, in Wednesday, you were just getting started with ZZZ. Am I remembering that correctly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. But if I remember correctly, you are just getting started with ZZZ. Great time to get started with ZZZ. Sparta, Asapramad seems to be derived from the Sanskrit word asat, meaning non-existence, and the Hindi word pramad, meaning either negligence, error, intoxication, or frenzy. Sorry, I do not know why you just got automated, Sparta. I am sorry. Oh, hold on, guys. My Roomba just turned on. Let me turn it off. Sorry, just a second. I have a schedule for my Roomba to start every Friday at this time. Just a moment. All right, there we go. Sparta, Ventilia's only advantage is the fact that you get to slap her boobs. Oh, that's why the Automod. Maybe I need to make my Automod less restrictive. But then that brings things more. That brings more dangerous things into the fold. I'd rather be too safe rather than too dangerous. Because you do that during her boss fight, don't you? I don't think you necessarily like slap her boobs just like directly, but you know, you do attack her. Flamer, saying there are universes is just misinformation that causes a chain of misinformation spread across the fandom. I always correct that because of that. If you look at the lore and cosmology farther than the baseline information, it is made extremely clear that the imaginary tree is a single connected universe, which makes sense because Hoyo's goal is and always has been to create a single connected universe. Flamer, I respect your dedication to ensuring that the lore of Hoyoverse and its universe is as, I guess, sharedly understood among the fandom. That said, Flamer, what you have to realize and understand, brother, is that sometimes, including me, the textbook correct interpretation of a story is not the way a story is going to be interpreted. Because stories can be interpreted by multiple different people however they want, including me. And so it is what it is. Like, yes, it is. You are probably correct, Flamer, in the sense of what you were saying, because You are one of the most dedicated, followers of the Hoyoverse lore that I know. But ultimately, people will not prioritize their understanding of the, Hoyoverse lore as much as you do, and they're just going to say things that technically, by textbook definition, are going to be incorrect, but in their minds, it is correct. And you know what? Unfortunately, that's fine. It is what it is. Let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. I'm scrolling up. Guess plus being vague will make the more relevant story slowly reveal themselves and not uselessly built. Remember early HI3 lore where it went a whole historical lesson, only a small amount of them? It's been a long time since I experienced the HI3 story, but I do think I remember that early on there was a lot of bloat, yes. Bella, yeah, just started ZZZ. I'm in season 1 still. Very nice, Bella. I hope you have a great time with it. It is super fun to go through ZZZ, especially early on. And hopefully you get lucky with your summons and your characters and, enjoy as much as you can. Guess, and a head-on historical lesson gave me massive whiplash first I played it. The HI3 story. Gotcha. Like I said, it's been a long time since I watched the HI3 story, so like multiple years. Like basically Genshin release. Like when did Genshin release? Was that 2020? 2021? When Genshin released, like a month after it released, I watched the HI3 story up until like all the story that was released up until that point. Tolga, get Miyabi in HSR and my wallet is yours, Hoyo. Bro, the collab, we'll see what happens with the collab, man. Miyabi and HSR would be insane. But the machines are awaking indeed. Sparta, one origin point, it doesn't necessarily mean how it's one shared universe. And he's got a point. A lot of people will take the path of least resistance if Multiverse explains it. That's enough for people, even if incorrect. There is no right answer to the argument. Flamer is correct, and every other person is correct. That is the That is the beauty of storytelling, is that there is no correct right answer, even if there is like a defined answer, if that makes sense, right? Because a lot, like I remember the way that this was described to me once by a college professor. Well, so this was many years ago, because it's been many years since I was in college. There was at one point, I think in Harry Potter, where J.K. Rowling made a statement about a character. I don't remember what that statement was. And J.K. Rowling is the author of Harry Potter. And they made like a statement like, hey, this is something true about the character. But what my college professor told me was that despite J.K. Rowling making that statement, people in the community chose to ignore it. Like the vast majority of the community basically said, not true. Even though the original creator made that statement. And so that's a good example of how flexible and flimsy storytelling is, and the way it is interpreted. And I mean, at this point we're getting into some philosophical shit, right? So people still read shit into Harry Potter and the author's words as gospel. Nope, the readers just don't give a fuck. Yeah. And, well, lots of people in other mediums don't give a fuck whether it's you're watching theater or movies or TV or like us playing HSR. I mean, you could even go inside the gaming medium as a term, right? Like gotchas and romance games and light and visual novels versus RPGs. And like everyone will always have different levels of priority and investment into a story, and no one's is particularly incorrect. But to Flamer's point, what is dangerous is when people that are, that are not necessarily as invested in the lore of a story start talking about things and, making decisions and choices and opinions based on misinformation, right? there's a balance that you need to reach, in my opinion. There's like everyone has their own balance, and there's a balance where you need to, you know, respect the source material and also respect your interpretation of the source material. So, yeah, my interpretation is the correct one. We all have that one. Yeah, everyone has a certain degree of that statement. And again, like I said, no one's is technically incorrect. So, but we're getting into some philosophical shit at this point. So, Flamer, if you're still around, my friend on YouTube guest has a question for you. So, question for Flamer: has the nature of the imaginary tree ever changed from Auto Apocalypse to Genshin and finally HSR? So I don't know the answer to that question. If anyone knows the answer to that question, Flamer, the question was directed to you. So if you're still around, brother, feel free to answer. Bella, death of the author moment. Once art is freed from the eyes of the artist, it is the watcher's job to create definition. Bella, you are always very, very... You word yourself very beautifully as always, and you continue to amaze me, my friend. Bella, I just, again, the way that you type and write your opinions and interact with people on the internet, to me, it is admirable. Guess, like in HR3, it was pretty easy to imagine a tree, but after HSR with its universe, the tree is hard to imagine. Flamer, at that point, it's a headcanon, which is viewed as canon, which is why I don't like it. If you want to have a headcanon, it's fair. I just don't like it when you spread it as canon. Yes! That is the dangerous part. Do not impose or treat your headcanons as fact. They are not. They are not. Sparta, see the Harry Potter argument. Well, that's a unique case in which a community basically headcanoned something into existence. Now, Bella, thank you for coming in and watching. Okay, let's listen to the radio and we'll get to the discussion part. As it's Friday, guys, we can go as late as we want. Himiko! Sorry, I saw her. I needed to say something. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to... So I can listen to the radio properly, I need to reduce the music. There we go. I thought this was the radio. Did I just turn it off? I had to teleport out now. I guess I had it on, and then... As far as I remember, the nature of the imaginary tree itself was never changed. However, how the imaginary tree and the Sea of Quanta interacted has been changed a few times. Ooh, interesting. So that's the guest book. You know what? Fuck it. We're just going to type over here. Sparta. Also, last I remember, the Auto thing just puts another timeline in the tree. Yeah, I don't think Auto influenced the imaginary tree too greatly. Okay, here we go.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to a new episode of Interastral Peace Broadcast. We are here to bring you the latest news from across the cosmos.
Chaos erupted during the Phantasmoon Games, Planar Arcadia's Elation as the Lord Ravager, Asap Ramad,
Also known as Grandpa.
The Stellaron hunter Kafka has been spotted.
Oh!
Her appearance is potentially
We got hints of this earlier. Fallen Eon of Beauty?
with the celebrated singer Robin visiting Astropolis to perform at the opening.
Okay, here we go. Robin, basically, Astropolis connection.
significant progress has been made in the Intelligentsia Guild's imaginary
Potential ratio screen time in the future.
paving the way for future use in interstellar voyages.
The newly formed celestial body, Amphorius,
Oh, okay. Goldie told me about this. Goldie told me about this.
developmental path.
Our friends are getting closer to becoming real.
The traditional Phantasmoon Games at Planar Arcadia, located on Ahatopia,
So, I mean, there's also Astropolis lore in the event. Dope.
crises.
During the event, a string of
Sorry, I had to sing.
cases to the outbreak of an imagenesis plague
Damn, 200,000. Not a small number.
As of the present time, the Lord Ravager Assad Pramad has made a high-profile appearance.
Who is reporting this, by the way? Like, these are like very detailed reports.
All while playing Arcadia.
I wonder if like Welt is just like going to some like random IPC reporter and just being like, hey, yo, this is what happened.
Investment Department's 10 Stonehearts has mobilized emergency measures. She is coordinating with the Astral Express, the Xianzhou Alliance, and other allied forces in a tense face-off against Assad Pramad.
In response, the IPC's key executives are convening an urgent meeting in Astropolis to chart a course for resolving the crisis.
We will continue to follow the situation closely.
All right, so Astropolis is basically the safe haven where we're gonna regroup, basically.
Last week, the Interastral Peace Corporation was notified by an observant citizen about the suspected presence of a wanted individual in Penacony. Upon investigation, the individual was identified
Kafka.
as a member of the Stellaron Hunters.
Acting without delay, IPC professionals joined forces with a family to arrest Kafka, forcing her into tight situations on multiple occasions.
Leave her alone.
While Kafka managed to flee, investigations established that she had a mirror of transcendence in her possession, though her motives are still unclear.
The mirrors of transcendence are fragments of the Eon of Beauty, Idrilla's divine form. Among them, the one carried by Kafka
Mulastan.
the agate world, Milustanen.
We're gonna go there next, aren't we? We're gonna go there next, aren't we?
The question remains, are they seeking profit or intending to weaponize the Eon's power?
Who knows?
Currently, the IPC is stepping up inquiries throughout the relevant star systems, and we urge citizens to report any information that may assist in safeguarding interstellar order. Soon, the prestigious Starflux
Damn!
races will kick
This is a
off.
long radio broadcast.
Astropolis. Top racers from across the cosmos are ready to unleash speed, skill, and passion.
Guest, if you're still around, do you think Maxim's gonna take part in the Astropolis race?
Star Robin will take the stage for the opening ceremony, lending her voice to the start of the
A
race.
fellow Trails joke there for you.
Astropolis will host the Amber Cup Film Festival and a range of entertainment celebrations. After years of research, the imaginary wormhole lane technology reached operational stability.
Sparta, we don't know if there's even a being able to truly affect a tree. Slapping in another timeline is a thing, but something more fundamental. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Otto did everything he did, and he barely was able to influence the tree a little.
Imaginary wormhole lane remained purely theoretical until 10 years ago when Miss Yabali and the Intelligentsia Guild successfully overcame the technological barriers.
Okay, potential knowledge singularity, probably not. But
Imaginary energy to transcend space.
Sunday tuned all 200k people. Let that sink in. You only need 107k to summon Dominicus. Sunday do be OPOP.
Together, we can imagine a future where people
Mirror of Transcendence is SU lore. Really?
reach out and greet one another.
Very cool. It did sound somewhat familiar to me.
Body Amphorius is experiencing remarkable growth. This
Sparta Europe, so Milustanen next. Time to fight Selenova was hoping we'd fight the family. Oh, please give me Milustanen with Selenova. Kafka and Firefly, please. Please. 5.x.
Memoria, evolution advances at a pace almost like a time-lapse recording. Although she declined to appear on camera, recent meetings between Madame Herta and the Intelligentsia Guild confirmed that she
Our Amphorius friends are always here, almost here, guys.
is inevitable.
Amphorius's present condition aligns with the records Madame Herta gleaned from the center fragments.
Oh.
According to her evolutionary models, the civilization of this world
I actually didn't think about that. But I mean, I guess Ripple's a past referee does kind of like
the scepter.
imply that it's the final cycle that will come to life.
The final cycle described by Madame Herta is expected to manifest as a tableau of utmost balance and grandeur.
With genuine hope and care.
Except the key difference being that Tribios will probably be there instead of Tribi.
And this is the end of our broadcast.
Okay, there we go. God damn.
Tune in for our next episode.
Stefan, am I misremembering something, or did Argente say he participated in that race in the past? You guys know how rusty I've been recently with my HSR lore. You would know better than I do, Stevo. Sparta, maybe we ally with the destruction temporarily because the family is going to be a problem. Who knows, man? I mean, at that point, you're getting into like maybe Sunday doing some shit. It also is going to depend on like what happens in 4.x. 4.x is not over. Flamer, final cycle here refers to the cycle where everyone became a Titan. Gotcha. You know, the 33,556,000. I forgot the rest. 300. Fuck, what was it? 303? Who knows? Who knows? Da, 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 da. Zero, actually? Well, yeah, technically cycle 0, right? Because cycles are no more. Okay. Let's go back. I'm going to teleport back to Aedes Elysiae. And we're going to get to the discussion. We'll probably go for 45, 30 minutes or so. Because I am getting hungry and I would like to eat something. And also, please keep in mind that I am still sick. So, Flamer, the eternal recurrence is broken in by that cycle. That's why whenever Finon like did the thing, it went from like, you know, 300 whatever, like multi-million thing back to 0 and then back to 1. So yeah, it's basically the not the final eternal recurrence cycle, but the final cycle that Lygus created. Sparta, Robin was choose something. She's now Robin Chu, so brother will follow suit. Robin was choose something. Sorry, Sparta, I wasn't able to follow your message. So remember checking that cutscene. Which cutscene, Stevo? The cutscene of Argenti Racing? What you were referring to earlier? Oh, no, the Finon cutscene. The Finon cutscene, sorry. You were referencing something different. Flavor, the actual cycle number we don't know because we don't know what was the last cycle before the eternal recurrence began. Wasn't it something like 21 million or something like that? But yeah, we don't technically know. Like I remember like the cycles that Lygus created like went up to like 21 million or something. It was pretty high. Okay, let me get things ready. It was around the 22 millions. Yeah, it was something like that. I'm gonna put this over here while I get the video up on YouTube. It is time for us to discuss. I need to be very careful not to get more spoiled on 3.1 live stream stuff. Here we go. Might have blown out your ears again. Sorry, guys. Sparta, Robin was 2.x. I don't know which patch. Sunday was 2.8, so I'll have an express badge shoved on him soon enough. Was it 28 million, Flamer? Damn. Okay, I was off by many numbers. Oh yeah, Sunday is going to get his express badge very soon. Like, really soon. Like, potentially next story patch. In fact, if I were writing Star Rail, I would do it next patch. Also, yes, he was 2.7, not 2.8. Thank you. We didn't have a 2.8. Instead, with that cutscene of Trailblazer Celeron going out of control had some scenes that there were only for a few frames. Thank you for reminding me. Let's do that first. Okay, so I left off here. We're going to go to the place that Stevo said, which should be like right around here. Yeah. And let's go, like Stevo said, frame by frame. I mean, you can just use the recap feature. The issue with the recap feature, Flamer, is I can't pause it as minutely as I can on YouTube. Like, for example, if we need to go through something frame by frame, very difficult to pause it on YouTube. Whereas on YouTube, I can literally just press period on my keyboard and yeah. Okay, well, let's see if there's anything special. This is just impact frames, I think, which amazing impact frames, right? Okay, so still just impact frames. Still just explosions, I think. There's the boss. Okay, so this we've already seen this before, right? This was shown to me before from the version trailer. I freaked the fuck out. So if you want to see my reaction to that, go check out the version trailer, the live stream reaction. And he's, oh, Kayla, stop crying. So we've seen this as well. I don't think I remember seeing this. Oh, okay, fine on. Hello. So these are basically past cutscenes. Firefly. Is that it? Looks like that's. Oh well, Nanook glitched, and then Mother comes in to save us. Okay, Stevo, you're Though, thankfully, I already saw those little pieces of content. They were in the live stream trailer, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you looking out for me, Stevo. Sparta, in my defense, 3.8 has screwed me up a little. That was massive. Yeah, that is true. That is true. 3.8 was pretty big story patch for what we expected it to be. Flamer, also Himiko is probably going to give him the ticket before the Veracity Husk awakened. The second Nanook gaze. Yeah, Himiko was... either she was going to give him the ticket or like ask him if he wanted the ticket, right? So... guys on YouTube, I'm so sorry. I do think your chat got frozen up again. Let me catch up with you guys. Guess, don't ruin my dream. That Scott was our basketball ace. That headcanon will always be canon. Poor Scott, man. Rest in peace, brother. Guess people say they're disappointed there's no death. Scott's death will always be a big scar in my life. We're going to talk about that here literally in just a bit, by the way. Your first point. Unless he gets summoned as a servant. No, I think I actually at this point think Scott is legit dead. No, I think he's dead, man. Guess Lamau, of course he will, not because he wants to win, but because he has a chance to have a vacation with a certain individual. Aventurine. Tolga, also, what do you think of Astral Express's #1 potential man in the story so far? Again, we're going to talk about it here in literally 5 seconds. Guess you lucky Golden wasn't here to remind you the exact number, which I forgot as well as by the way. Goldie is good with his lore, but I don't think he is that deep into the HSR lore as you might expect him to be. He gets like the bigger points. He knows about as much as I do, I would say. Well, Goldie is really has ahead of like me is like the finer details of like all of like the HSR marketing and stuff, like all the stuff that will create the hype. Like that's what Goldie is really good at, and like what he like really knows a lot about. He will find like the deepest shit. But like, yeah, I wanted to see those two. Yeah, they showed the biggest screenshot, right? Was is this one? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, almost there. The big screenshot is that one. What? Damn. This is a ridiculous screenshot. Holy shit. Fuck this screenshot. But they did show this during the live stream, or it's in the version trailer, basically. Sparta, wait a minute. We're tapping into the path of finality if those scenes are from across time. We are tapping into a lot of scenes. If we're going based on the cutscene at 1.0, these should be scenes from the upcoming future. God, I hope not, Flamer. I hope not. Please do not kill Mother Kafka. Stevo, and regarding Argenti, I checked that he never specified that Astropolis race, but he said he participates in space racing with his ship, the one and only. Leave it to Argenti to have the best possible racing. Best possible racing name. Oh wait, guess, were you talking about my Maxim joke that I made earlier? I just completely misinterpreted your message. My bad, brother. Like I said, sometimes YouTube chat freezes, and it's not like it deletes your messages. I just get them later down the line. Like it's like frozen, and then like I get like a whole massive amount of influx of YouTube messages, which is not my fault. I know my stream can be scuffed at times. The YouTube chat freezing that's just completely out of my control. That is more YouTube than anything. Flavor, same thing happened in 1.0 when the Celeron was going haywire. We saw scenes from the Belobog art. Yep. Hopefully we're able to Lisan al-Gaib this shit and make this not happen. Bella, based on the answers from Assad's 8 Q&A, this is an aspect of our ability to grasp possibilities. Yeah, all I'm hoping for is, that this isn't real. And if it does end up being real, that we are able to just find a new timeline. Because I don't want Mommy Kafka to die. Sparta, I found the translation of Assad's title, that which remains during dissolution. Assad Pramod or farming us in Sanskrit, basically. Some Vartaz, I'm not. Sparta, if you know the pronunciation, feel free to put it in chat, brother. But I can't. So, okay. Love you guys. Let's get started with the discussion. We're gonna do this for about 30 minutes, and then I think we'll go ahead and call it a day. So, a lot of you guys have brought up things throughout the past almost 3 hours that have mostly been connected to what I would call, let's say, critiques or criticisms of the main story. Let's go to my biggest. Gotta learn Sanskrit, brother. Oh, my bad. When I took Sanskrit in elementary school, it didn't stick. I'm joking, by the way. Okay, you know what? Here we go. I just want a screenshot of Assad Pramod. Or like I want a still frame of Assad Pramod. There we go. Haha. Perfect. This is good. So I have seen a lot of people criticize 4.4 on a few different accounts. And you guys might be surprised by this because I've said this during 4.4, that this is probably my favorite story patch. I do think it is my favorite story patch. It's between this and 3.4, but I do think this one is probably going to win out in the end. I want to give it some time. And you guys know how much I love Himiko. She's my favorite character in the game. So this story patch means a lot to me. But you guys might be surprised by this. I think a lot of the critiques that are being said about this story patch are valid. I think they're fair. And I have one that I think, for me personally, is a genuine, this impacted my enjoyment of the story negatively in some way, which is the fact that Assad Pramod was defeated completely. I think that's a misstep, unfortunately. I don't think you can introduce an antagonist like this and only have them be in the central antagonistic role for 2 story patches. Maybe if Assad Pramod had been introduced from the start, from 4.0, and then you gave him the defeat that we had at 4.4, maybe I'd be okay with it. Even then, it's walking a fine line. Here's the problem. I know a lot of people will say, oh, but he might live. He might, end up out of this okay, right? It's not necessarily that, he, is dead or alive. No, it's what has been killed, what has been done away with is his role as an obstacle, as something that the cast or the main characters must overcome, right? Because what are they going to do? If they try to use Assad Pramod again as some type of antagonistic force, it's not going to work, right? At that point, you truly are reheating nachos. You are basically trying to revive a dead dog, and it's not going to work. His role as an antagonist now is done. And if they try to use him again, like I said, it's not going to be that effective. And to me, that's just it's too early, man. It's too early. You have the best antagonist in Star Rail. I think most of us would agree. And you only give him 2 story patches to really show what he's made of. I think he should have been the main antagonist throughout all of 4.x. And the fact that he is completely defeated in this story patch, it's not necessarily, I would say, a letdown. Well, actually, wasted potential, right? Wasted potential. You had a gem on your hands, and you just chose to look away from it, right? You chose to kind of not go all in, and they have shown they're willing to go all in on one antagonist with, Lygus and Iron Tomb, right? And in Amphorius, we had one antagonist for the most part throughout all of Amphorius. I guess you could make the argument that, oh, but Lygus wasn't the main antagonist of 3.0 and 3.1 and 3.2 and 3.3, right? At that point in time, because those antagonists were like the Titans and stuff, right? But the Titans were a result of Lygus and the planning that he was doing. So to me, it still loosely connects to it. To me, it's kind of like this. To me, it's like, it's not the same. And I guess maybe you can make the same argument with like, well, Full Wish and stuff was caused by Asap Hamad. But what makes Asap Hamad special is his on-screen charisma, his presentation, as Mega Mind would say. And so I guess what I'm saying is I didn't get enough of Asap Hamad. He was fantastic. He is the best antagonist in Star Rail, and for that reason, I just wanted more. So, Sparta, it's an amazing story patch. 4.4 was a nice end to part 1 of Elation. Yeah, I agree. Amazing story patch. He could pull out a new trick, not as a Sot though anymore. Exactly, right? If Asap, you feel free. The story writers have every right to keep Asap Hamad alive and use him later down the line in the story. But as a main antagonistic force, I think that's over. I don't think you can reuse a main antagonistic force. Once a main antagonistic force is portrayed as completely defeated, it is just not, in my opinion, it's just not good writing to try to then retcon that. So, Flamer, I feel like with the way they made the story, it just wouldn't make sense to not stop his plan. Then rewrite the story. Right? Like, it's worth rewriting the story to keep him around, in my opinion. Like, okay, you have these story concepts, these story ideas, and these story concepts lead to you having to stop Asap Hamad as an antagonist. At that point, maybe you should rethink your story concepts and your story ideas. Because I feel like your story idea or story concept of Asap Hamad, the antagonist, is more valuable at that point. To me, this was the biggest misstep so far of 4.4. Well, not so far. This is the biggest misstep of 4.4, was Asap Hamad's complete defeat. I don't necessarily think it's that big of a minus. I do think it affected my enjoyment of the story patch ever so slightly, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because like I said, this is still probably my favorite story patch in all of the game, so whatever. So Bella, Bella, Lycus was a lurking danger with a reveal only after a push with Iron Tomb, the force of nature looming overall. Right. Looming is a good word to describe it. Sparta, it's possible for a comeback. Hell, they could twist it. I don't know, stupid idea. He rewalks the Trailblaze to actually get back to his antagonistic role. For me, it wouldn't work. Like, do a reverse of the hero's journey. It just, like I said, for me, it wouldn't work. And maybe I'm just a stickler for that. Maybe I'm just stubborn. But when you have a main antagonistic force in some capacity, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be an individual. Could be a collective. And that antagonistic force, serves as an obstacle within the main story, right? For our main cast, for our main character. They represent something, right? They represent something in the story. So once that, obstacle is removed, once what they represented is, done away with, to then have them come back and try to represent something else feels a bit messy to me. It feels like it won't have the same impact, right? So, I don't know. They 100% still have plans for him, but yes, he will probably not be a main antagonist again, although maybe he can still do something similar, considering they do similar things with the Tori. Yeah, I think they're going to keep him around. I just think he won't be in a main antagonist, which, like I said, is fine. I just wish we had more time with him as a central antagonist. So, who knows? We'll see. Sparta, Nemesis exists. Nemesis. Nemesis. That doesn't sound familiar to me. It's probably, again, like I said, my HSR lore is like super rusty, so it's probably something that I just forgot. But so this to me, not only I feel is a valid criticism of the community, this is a criticism of my own. This is I align with this criticism. This is a criticism that I have. Now let's talk about something that actually probably the most popular criticism of the community at the moment, which I think is valid. It's just not a criticism that I have personally. So basically what I'm saying is, though I don't feel this way, I understand and respect this feeling. Oh, like the writing concept of the nemesis of the hero. They could do it, Sparta, but for me, it would just be ineffective, right? All right, let's find. Yeah, we can use the crying scene for this, or we can use this scene. So the fact that Himiko doesn't die, and basically the criticism is that not a lot of people die in Star Rail, right? That, you know, where are the stakes in the story? You know, where is the tension in the story? Where is the, you know, the nervousness over a character's fate within the story? Like I said, I think this is a valid criticism. Flamer, you heavily disagree with that criticism. Interesting. Feel free to personally. Okay, fair enough. Saying personally makes it more understandable. Like I said, I wouldn't say I necessarily disagree with this criticism. I just don't really feel this way. And there's multiple reasons why. The first reason is this game has been like this from the very beginning. From the very beginning, this game has been like this. From the very beginning, hell, you could even go to the Herta space station. Our Stellaron inside of us goes out of control, protecting March 7th from the Doom Beast, or whatever it's called. The Doomsday Beast, right? That is like, quote unquote, a potential death moment, and Weltz comes in to save you. Belobog, you get impaled by a spear, but then you get brought by the power of the preservation, right? So, and you can go on, so forth, right? There's been many moments in Star Rail where a potential death could have happened, and it has not happened. There's been fake out deaths before. Firefly was a fake out death. Himiko was a fake out death. Blade was a fake out death. Pretty much every Amphorius was a fake out death, right? So my point is not necessarily that, you know, all of these like moments of potential death, you know, not having been actual deaths. My point is, at a certain point as an audience member, your expectations need to adjust, right? I've always said this before. In fact, we've had this discussion before on this channel. I don't think, personally, entertainment is a one-way street. I think there is a responsibility on the creator of the story to, you know, make a good story, to make a good product. And there's a responsibility on the audience to, you know, experience the story as well as they can. And a big part of that is adjusting your expectations. And so when the story presents itself to you as a story of hope, as a story of friendship, as a story of positivity and optimism and joy, right? You should expect positivity, hope, optimism, and joy. So when Himiko doesn't die at 4.4, like, that's in line with the tone and themes that the story is trying to tell you. Now, I'm not saying you have to accept that. I'm not saying that's something that you need to, you know, register internally. You can absolutely, you know, say, well, fuck that shit. Well, that's all fair, right? That's why I said I recognize this criticism as valid, because yes, fake out deaths, they do diminish the credibility of a story. The stakes in Star Rail are not necessarily as high as other stories. For example, and I said this in the comment today on the YouTube line, not once in 4.4 did I ever think Himiko was going to die. Not once. I held that opinion way before 4.4 started, and throughout 4.4, not once did I ever think she was going to die, right? So, during this scene where it's implied that she might die, right? Since I don't believe that she might die, that the impact that her death potentially could have had on this scene didn't hit me, right? Because I never once believed it. And I feel like a lot of people might not believe that she was going to die here, right? So that impact is gone. It's null and void. But like I said at the beginning of this whole yap thing, to me it doesn't matter because I still got such immense emotional impact from this scene that to me the potential, consequence of her dying just doesn't matter. It is just null. It is negligent to me. It is practically zero to me. That's just me personally. There are people out there where Himiko's potential death, the potential consequence of her leaving the story forever, is ultimately, a big reason for why scenes like this in front of you are impactful. So, like I said, to me, I recognize the criticism as valid and fair. I just don't align with it personally. Let me catch up with chat here really quick. Sparta, Amphorians are actively reviving, but that's just me. They're not willing to take risks anymore across the company. Well, I disagree with, I think. They don't want to leave money on the table. That I agree with. I do think Hoyoverse takes risks with their storytelling. Just maybe not with deaths, but I do think they take risks. In fact, I think one of the biggest things I respect Shaoji as a writer is that he takes risks that are not in storytelling that are not deaths, right? I think Shaoji as a writer within Hoyoverse does some crazy things that sometimes work and sometimes doesn't work, and that those are risks. That's risky storytelling. It just doesn't necessarily involve a, permanent consequence. But I do agree they don't want to leave money on the table. So, Sparta, if Hoyoverse ever does risks again, like Final Lesson, they're going to take back. Well, Sparta, you're referring to a very particular type of risk, which is a character death. There are multiple different risks that you can take in a story that doesn't necessarily tie to a death. For example, in my opinion, the introduction of the abundance and the veracity in the Elation storyline is a risk. I think that is a major storytelling risk that Hoyoverse took, that HSR took, that I think has paid off for them. In my opinion, I think a big part of what has made Planet Arcadia enjoyable for me has been the fact that, holy shit, the abundance and the veracity are just here all of a sudden. So that's an example of a storytelling risk that, Hoyoverse has taken with their storytelling that has paid off. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a permanent consequence in the story. Flamer, the way I see it, deaths are a shortcut and not what actually creates stakes and emotional impact in the story. It's a fake way to make you feel there are. Well, yes and no. I agree with the fact that you can create stakes in a story without having a character death. In fact, Hoyoverse basically does it constantly because they don't kill any characters. So yes, agreed, Flamer. But I don't think character deaths in a story are fake, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Which I don't think is the point that you're trying to make, Flamer. I don't think what you're saying is that character deaths are pointless. That's not what you're saying, I don't think. I think what you're saying is what the opinion that I have, which is that you can create stakes in a story without killing a character, right? You don't need to use a character death as a shortcut, basically, is what you're saying. It's a shortcut that you only resort to if you have no other idea what else to do with a character. Because a character death should be used not as a shortcut. It should be used not to create stakes. It should be used to create an emotional impact moment. And like I said yesterday, to me, what I like the most about this scene is that it shows the Trailblazers' character progression. Agreed. We'll get to that here in a bit. Sparta, the paths are everywhere, so it being concentrated here just happens to be a thing because of what role they're giving to Aha. But yet, agreed, Sparta, but from a storytelling perspective, like bringing those two specific paths into the Elation storyline to me is a storytelling risk. Like as a hobbyist writer, again, myself, I would not have brought the veracity and the abundance, or maybe I would not have thought about bringing the veracity and the abundance into the Elation storyline, is what I'm trying to say. So let me catch up with YouTube really quick. Bella, sorry for ignoring you for a bit. Bella, Assad was too much of a larger than frame character. He was tied to Himiko/Graphia's stories. Another like is to the looming natural disaster. I think for me personally, I would not have, I would have expanded the scope of Himiko's story beyond 4.4. I would have kept it going. So, but I get your point, Bella. Bella, I understand the criticism, but Weight of Death isn't the same inside Star Rail. We've lost characters, but often it is off-screen. Misha, Mikhail, Gallagher, and Gopherwood are examples of deaths. Yes, agreed. Yeah. To me, death in Star Rail is a result that is used to not create stakes, but just to ensure consistency among certain characters, like, you know, Misha and Gallagher, because the reason Misha and Gallagher died, you know, after Penacony was because they kind of had to. There's really no other way they could have gone with either of their characters. Like, maybe you could do some like bullshit like, oh, you know, Jipe came in out of nowhere and revived them, but that would have been the most awful of plot device. So Sparta, not me side-eyeing all of the simulated universe. Dozens of plot lines from that could have been a great plot. True. Honestly true. Flamer, yeah, they fulfill their purpose. Yeah, right. They fulfill their purpose. So actually, I'm gonna say this. I actually think Scott's death wasn't that great of a story decision, because I do think Scott's death was used to like, oh, we're killing a character to, you know, create tension, right? I just don't think Scott's the type of character that you're really gonna feel that much impact from, so it didn't create that much stakes in the story. And I would have just preferred to keep Scott around to, you know, for the humor that he brings. So I wasn't that big of a fan of them even killing Scott in the first place. So, anywho, basically what I'm trying to get at is, I feel like this criticism is valid. It is fair. I just don't think, for the type of story that Star Rail is trying to take, I just don't think character deaths are to be a surprise. Nor do I think, you know, nor do I think it is necessary for a character to die to create stakes, like Flamer said. Sparta, like, actually playing through the simulated universe as a Trailblaze mission could be incredibly fascinating, and you could still add stakes to that. The very concept of stakes, to me, is stupid. Like, to me, it should not be trying to create tension in your story naturally. Write good characters. Write good conflict. Have an antagonist that opposes your main cast or your main protagonist. Create specific themes that you want to tell in your story. The tension in your story will come naturally. You should not be trying to write stakes into your story. It should be a natural thing that comes if you're just writing well. So that's basically what the point that Flamer was making earlier. Like, don't use a shortcut to create stakes. You are using, in my opinion, not very productive writing process if you go into your story trying to create stakes. It is something that should just come. So, Flamer, I don't think they really have a place in a story about hope and defying fate. I do think eventually we may have some character deaths. I just hope that they're written in a way that it isn't about creating tension in the story. It should be, oh, I love this character, and we're at the end of their character arc, and their death is used in a way to further other character arcs. The character death that I always refer to, that I love in storytelling, spoilers for One Piece. Massive spoilers for One Piece. I will give you till the count of 5. I'm going to count till 5. I'm going to give you a chance to mute the stream or leave the stream. I'm going to say a massive One Piece spoiler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I warned you. Ace's death in One Piece is perfect. It is the example that I always go to for a picture perfect way to use a character death. That is the way you should use a character death, not, you know, the way I think, like, as maybe even like Scott's not a very powerful example, but sure, right? So don't use character deaths as a shortcut is what I'm trying to say. But like I said, I still think the criticism is valid. I still think it's fair. Because even though Star Rail has presented itself as a story of defying fate and of hope and of joy and positivity, still, at the end of the day, a fake out death is not great. They need to stop doing it. They did it with Firefly, they've done it with Blade, they've done it with Himiko now. Like, you don't need to do these fake outs, man. There's other ways you can create emotional tension in the story. So for me, the fake out deaths are the biggest thing. Even though like I said, I don't necessarily align with that criticism. If I were to align with that criticism, that would be my main point of contention. So, Sparta, the counter argument is that they're too safe because they're basically surrounded by reinforcements at a moment's notice. Brother, you see what we're dealing with? We at any point in time in the story, Nanook could just appear and just say, and everything's destroyed. He literally just could be like, oh, Astral Express, I don't want you around anymore. And they're dead. So, we need reinforcements. At current point in time, like, we cannot defeat the destruction currently. We cannot. We're getting closer. We're making progress, but right now, we do not want to go war with the destruction. Stevo, Scott's death could have been replaced by any random IPC employee, and very little would change besides him being available for further comic relief. Thank you. That is my point. Thank you. So, Sparta, as much. Okay. I'll catch up to chat. We're going to get to the third criticism that is being lobbied around, which I actually kind of agree with. Sparta, as much as I love Grandpa Walt, I'm shoving the flag in his hand. Walt does have some death flags. Okay, the Blade one, you kind of expect him to come back. He's now functionally unkillable. Yes, which is why 4.3 actually kind of really worked for me. Just because Blades, they wrote 4.3 in such a way where the fake out death actually kind of works. So, because Blade wanted to die, you know what I mean? Bella on YouTube, Scott's death was definitely a shock, but also aided the story crafting mystery of masks and the internal politics of the IPC. I think my point is the exact same point that Stevel made. Didn't have to be Scott. Could have been any random IPC member, and it would have had the same, really, not necessarily the same impact, but very little difference in impact. So, I mean, Scott's death might not have impacted us. However, the Chinese audience was definitely impacted. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Did not know that the Chinese audience cared about Scott in that way. Flamer, the way I see it is if a fake death serves a purpose in the story, it is justified. The Firefly one does work for developing the Trailblazer. I will agree with that. The Blade one works for developing his character. And then the Himiko one works for, again, further developing the Trailblazer. Yes, I do agree. I wouldn't say you need to do a fake death, though. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily need to be presented in that way. So that is more a criticism on the storytelling rather than the story concept itself. So, and I have very little to criticize about the storytelling in this story patch. Sparta, yeah, it works for him because it's not a literal one, but a spiritual one in a rebirth. Yes, agreed. Okay, like I said, moving on to the third criticism of the story patch, which I kind of half align and kind of like half agree with. Where is he? He should be like somewhere over here. Further. You need to use him better, man. I just think 1.x Yanzhou is not enough. I think you got to give him more. You got to give him more, especially in a story patch with Himiko. Because of Walt's character in Honkai Impact the Third, I agree that he doesn't need a lot of screen time because this is the same Welt from Honkai Impact the Third. There's a ton of character development and character death for Welt in another story in Honkai Impact the Third. So, like I said, I kind of half agree with this and I half don't agree with this, right? The thing is, this is a story. This is another story. So, what happened in Honkai Impact the Third should have half, influence and half not influence. And it is getting to the point now where I do think Welt is being underutilized. I'm not saying I'm disappointed in his character. I'm not saying that, he's a bad character at all. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm just saying that, again, it goes back to what I said earlier. It's wasted potential. It just is. You could have created something more. This was the story patch to really do something with Welt and Himeko. This was it, right? This is Himeko Nova's release, right? Welt and Himeko have a significant connection with each other. Himeko probably doesn't know it, but Welt does. Welt taught another version of Himeko in Honkai Impact the Third. He cared about her. He was a mentor to her, and he felt, guilty, and he has felt, bad about the fact that Himeko died in HI3. And a big reason why he's on the Astral Express, I imagine, is to watch over and protect this world's version of Himeko. So, I do feel there should have been some type of screen time or event in the story dedicated towards that concept. Like, it doesn't have to be a lot, just a mention of Welt. Maybe you could even, 30 seconds of just Welt being worried about Himeko, right? Of him maybe saying not again, or I can't let this happen again, or something like that, right? You don't need to have him ore farm. You don't need to have him use gravitational disintegration. No. To me, what mattered most was the fact that we got hardly any connection towards Welt's affinity towards Himeko, because there is. It is real. And I was a bit disappointed by that. So let me catch up to chat here real quick. Sparta, give this man Honkai energy. Flamer, he already has it. Yeah, he already has it. So, not enough for him to spawn the core. He does have the core, right? Flamer, correct me if I'm wrong. He doesn't. He does have the core. He can use his powers. Why hasn't he done something akin to Star Blazer? He doesn't understand Star Blazer. You guys are basically having the conversation that I would have had in chat. No one understands Star Blazer. Keep in mind that the Star Blazer that we use in 4.4 is not the real Star Blazer. It is an imaginated Star Blazer. Himeko never recreated Star Blazer. She imaginated it. She was able to imaginate it because she understood it well enough, but she was never able to construct it, actually. Welt's power requires him to construct shit. So, Sparta, he has shown nothing of the power he is said to have spawn his own mech. Your point, Sparta, is that Welt should do more, and I agree. Maybe not he should do more. He should have done something in this story patch. That I agree with. Stevo, it was stated in comic that Welt's very reason for leaving solar system was to protect our Himeko. Yes. Even if that wasn't stated, it is too heavily implied based on the, connection that Welt had with Himeko in HI3. To not follow up on that in this story patch is just such wasted potential, in my opinion. It just is. That said, like I said, I don't think this is necessarily the biggest misstep. I think this is just would have been nice to have, and we just didn't get it. That's kind of the way I'm taking this. As someone who knows, right, the connection between Welt and Himeko from Honkai Impact the Third, it hurts me a bit more than it would hurt someone else, but it isn't the worst thing in the world to not get that. All right, let me catch up with YouTube here really quick. Bella, poor Welt, he has died quite a bit. Yeah, Welt has gone through a lot of shit, in all fairness, so. Bella, it wasn't about Welt. Welt has a connection to another Himiko. If it was about that one, I'd agree, but HSR Himiko doesn't hold that promise for him. Well, yes and no, Bella. The connection that he had with Honkai Impact the Third Himiko, right, you are correct. It is not the same connection that he has with this current Himiko. But there is something inside of him that says, I lost one, I don't want to lose this one, right? Like, have you ever heard of, you know, in real life, there's a name for it. I forget what it's called, right? But when a family member dies and all of a sudden you become very close to their sister or to their brother, to a brother or to a concept, to basically someone that reminds you of them, right? It's the same concept. Like HSR Himiko and Welt is old, mature, and smart enough to know that this Himiko is not the same Himiko that he knew and loved in HI3. But he has love for this Himiko as well. A lot of love. In fact, I would say that he probably cares about this Himiko equally to the amount that he cared about the HI3 Himiko. But there's also a guilt, a remembrance, a retrospection from the HI3 relationship connection that he had that is then kind of like, I don't want to say implanted or imposed. It frames his current relationship with Himiko. So, but it would have been awkward highlighting Welt's seeming obsession with Himiko's from the multiverse. I wouldn't say obsession. It's just care and like parental, you know, protectiveness, I would say. So I wouldn't think it's awkward at all. I would go to say it wouldn't, I would agree that it wouldn't make sense to some people, but to a lot of people it would hit very hard. And so I would have had some type of call out for it in this story. But it's like that movie about the guy who was obsessed with the lost love that he became a stalker to someone who looked vaguely like him. I think, Bella, you and I just have a different viewpoint on this, and that's okay. I just think you and I just think about this differently. But they aren't blood related, and Himiko wasn't there during the events 15 years ago. I mean, Wells was not there during 15 years ago. But again, it's the concept that like it doesn't matter if they're blood related or not. The Himiko, it's impossible for Welt not to see HSR Himiko and think about HI3 Himiko, and for that reason, there's a special emotional framework that, you know, Welt sees current Himiko with. It's okay, Bella. You and I don't necessarily have to agree on this. Entirely perfectly fine to disagree on this. But for me personally, like I said, this is something I would have wished to see in the 4.4 story. Let me catch up with Twitch. Well, I'll skip a couple of your messages, guys. Flamer, I mean, personally, I'd rather them develop the Trailblazer over Welt of Himiko, to be honest. Well, do both. Do both. You know, it would not have been that difficult to add like a 30-second scene of just showing Welt feeling a bit anxious over Himiko's, you know, safety and wellness, and to just have everything that was in 4.4, right? Hoyoverse has the resources to pull this off. This was just a decision that they chose not to make. Welt, we already know how much he cares. Fair enough. Sparta, just show me something like despawning a cube into blue energy, because again, him having the abilities is said something he has to show. I don't think they necessarily have to show it. But like the moment in 2.7 when he like threatened Sunday, I think that was a good example of him kind of showing off what he can do. But Sparta, what you're basically saying is you want Welt to aura farm for a bit, which is reasonable. Flavor, while I want to see more of him, I just feel like this isn't the patch for it. I prefer the focus being on the Trailblazer and Himiko in this patch. Again, both. Do both. And if your argument of Flamer is to not have Welt take the attention away from Trailblazer, that I agree with. That I fully agree with. I think the focus of this patch should have been the connection and relationship between the Trailblazer and Himiko. But you can have little tidbits here and there that pay respect to another character relationship. You can balance. You can put like in a story patch 80% or 70% or 60% of the focus and the weight of the story on Himiko and Trailblazer, and have like 5% for Welt and Himiko. You can do that absolutely. In fact, many times, if you have multiple different relationships focus if you have multiple different character dynamics in a story that revolve around the same characters, sometimes they enhance each other, right? They work off one another. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I was saying, oh, well, to help to make these talents, dude, could I just see it, not just trust the word of the writing that exists? Question mark. The Kane is separate from his Herrscher powers. Star of Eden is not his innate ability. Yep. Flamer, I know he still has a core, though Branya gave it back to him before he left. Yes. I do remember that Branya gave it to him. So, Toggle, I will forever slander Welt. Well, we don't need to slander Welt. We don't need to slander Welt. We can love and respect Welt and what he represents in a character, but we can also acknowledge that he is potentially a bit underutilized. So, Sparta, it's a weapon, it's a tool. Literally at this point, just one visual confirmation, not just word of mouth and text, because it gets into trust me, bro. Depends on the person. I think that is just a fully subjective thing. I think for some people, like for example, for you, Sparta, clearly it matters. For me and Flamer, I guess it just doesn't matter that much. It's less that I want to see Welt use his abilities. It's more that I want to see Welt be utilized in the story based on his, based on what, I guess, expectations I have in the character relationships that he has. Bella, yeah, Welt to me has a different story now. It's on a different journey. As someone without the knowledge, his emotional ties, I'd be confused why he was so worried, especially since he has gone through so much. See, so basically, just Bella, we just have different perspectives on the way we interpret Welt and his role in the HSR story, basically, which is perfectly fine. Again, we can interpret stories however we would like. That is what makes storytelling so very cool. Show me a cube despawning, that'll be enough. Something so minuscule and nigh on irrelevant. But Sparta, what basically you're saying is basically what I was saying with the Welt 30-second scene thing. Like, hey, would it be really that hard just to put 5 seconds of a cube despawning? Sure. Fair enough. But it's okay. Again, I agree with you. It's that is more of a criticism on the storytelling again, rather than the plot development. But it's such a minor criticism, but I think, sure. Okay, I can get with that. So those are the main three things that I was kind of talking about this patch. We've already gone into the 30 minutes that I wanted to talk about, and we still haven't even gotten to the positives of the main story. So I'm going to put this conversation away. I'm sorry. I know that it's easier to talk about negative things on the internet. Trust me, I know. The negativity and pessimism is far easier to discuss than positivity and optimism. So trust me, I'm aware. But I am unfortunately an optimist and a person of positivity. So we're going to shift the conversation to the good stuff, which this patch had so many of it. And we're going to start, in my opinion, with the best of the story patch. There have been... I'll start my soliloquy with this. There have been 4 times in HSR that I have felt a truly out-of-world experience with. They are as follows. Let's go out of order. One of which is the Finon trailer. I think the Finon trailer hits a level, lightning in a bottle, magic. Most of us would agree that the Finon trailer is likely the best character trailer in Star Rail, right? If not the best, at least top 3. So that one is, one of those 4 moments. Let's get to my main point that I wanted to make. There's 3 moments in the HSR main story, so like a main story patch, that have been an out-of-world experience for me, like an out-of-body experience, something that has made me feel like I'm levitating. The first of which was Firefly's scene on the rooftop, when Annalisa Fisher, the voice actor for Firefly, performs one of the best voice acting performances that I've ever seen in my life. And the Trailblazers there. That is the first. It is what that scene alone is what made Firefly my favorite character in the game for so long. The second of which is 3.7 scene with Cyrene and Demiurge. The reveal of how the Demiurge came to become Cyrene. That whole sequence with the piano and them, in the cage. That sequence was one of the most mind-blowing sequences for me in Star Rail. It was just so perfectly constructed. And the third sequence was this. Motoko and Himiko's conversation here at the end with the music in the background, her passing her coat onto Himiko. Himiko's, her grieving, her mourning for Motoko as Motoko, passes on. I never thought that Himiko's character arc in Star Rail would be a coming of age character arc. Himiko throughout pretty much all of Star Rail is presented as the guardian figure of the Express. Obviously with Welt, but really it's Himiko, right? She is the mother of the Express. She is the guardian of the Trailblazer. She is the guardian of Dunhung and March. She even kind of is somewhat motherly towards Welt as well. And of course Sunday, now that Sunday's a part of the Express. Himiko is constantly portrayed as, responsible, mature, calm, cool, collected. She is the navigator of the Express, right? And they took such a massive storytelling risk to create to do Himiko's character arc as a coming of age character arc. Very rarely will you take a character that is presented the way Himiko was throughout the majority of the Honkai Star Rail story and give them a coming of age character arc. That is extremely rare. And they decided to do it anyway. And man, did they pull it off. Holy shit. The decision, this is what I was talking about earlier with Honkai Star Rail and specifically Shaoji. This is a Shaoji storytelling decision. I'm convinced. The decision to create Motoko, an imaginary Himiko, and still debate us and have young Himiko be the real Himiko, be the Himiko that has been with us throughout the story, to have them swap. How many of us thought that Motoko, right, the imaginary Himiko, was the Himiko that we all knew and loved, right? At some point we all thought that was the case, right? That, oh, our Himiko, right? The Himiko that has been with us throughout the majority of the story. It's the imaginary Himiko, right? The real Himiko, the young Himiko died, right? We all thought that at one point in time. Do not tell me otherwise. Yeah, Flamer, maybe we all suspected that, right? But at a certain point, it must have crossed your mind that imaginary Himiko is our Himiko, right? To do the swap, to still have young Himiko be our current Himiko is such a risk. And to be able to tell a coming of age story so perfectly, so seamlessly, so emotionally, so compellingly, oh my goodness. Just well done. Bravo. Bravo, Star Royal, because I fully bought into this. 1000%. 1000% fully bought into this. And like I said, I talked about this during 4.4, I never, like, when they first introduced the concept of another Himiko, of an imaginary Himiko, I was like, we'll see where it goes, right? I didn't buy into this from the beginning, and they won me over. They 1000% won me over. To me, honestly, the fact that they swapped was the thing. The fact that young Himiko still ended up being the Himiko that we traveled with, that we know and love, is what sold it to me finally. Seeing her coming of age story to becoming who she is today, how she evolved from this person who was, initially very bashful. She was very, energetic, extroverted, brash in nature, right? Eccentric, to eventually being afflicted with the weathering curse, harboring self-doubts, becoming more shy, quiet, and reserved, eventually creating an imaginary version of herself and looking up to that imaginary version of herself, to eventually stepping up to defeat the Herald of Death, and then to take her destiny and have it be rewritten by her imaginary self, be given life that she didn't expect to be given, but through a sacrifice that she didn't want, to then take it in stride, to move forward, to move on, to try to step into the shoes of this individual that she looked up to, right? This older sister self, and to eventually become that older sister self, and then to pass it on to the Trailblazer and try to do the same thing that Motoko did, but then the Trailblazer to say, no, fuck that shit, I'm gonna refuse it. You're coming with me, Mom, whether you like it or not. It's such good writing, in my opinion. I think they did such a good job with it. I'm getting loud because I'm very passionate about this. To me, very rarely will I get surprised by something in a story. Because like I said, I'm a hobbyist writer. Like, I can generally read within between the lines. I can kind of see the intentions of the writing team behind stories. So when I was genuinely surprised that they would ever do a coming of age story for Himiko. That was not something that I expected. And for them to have pulled it off, and not just pulled it off, but surpassed expectations, that's what really kind of like gives me those goosebumps, gives me those out of body moments. It's when not only do they surprise me, but make me realize that this surprise ended up being better than what I ever could have expected. So, young Himiko, bravo. Motoko, bravo. Their character dynamic, congratulations, Hoyoverse. Because you have pulled off yet again what I think is just a masterful character arc. Just amazing, truly. All right, let me catch up with you guys. I just went on a whole yap. So, Sparta, to me, was the moment when the first loop starts in Amphoris. Fair enough. I mean, a lot of people with the loops were like just jaw dropped. Sparta, she's the navigator. Yeah, she's the doting mother. Exactly. Flamer always suspected that personally. I thought they were a combo somehow. Like I said, my point was that at some point in time, we all, like, at least it crossed our mind that Motoko was the one. So eventually it became obvious, right, that the swap happened, that young Himiko was our Himiko. But before that, we didn't know. But it was peak fiction. I'm Terminus, I can see the future. It's less that I can see the future and more or less that I can read the intention of the writer. Like, I can't tell you what events are going to happen, but I can present it and lore and all that stuff, so. All right, Bella, let me catch up with you on YouTube. I can understand a bit of your point. I just hope they avoid making Himiko his motivation for acting in HSR. No, I don't think they should make Himiko his main motivation in HSR. I just think you should pay homage to his old relationship with Himiko in Honkai Impact the Third. Bella, feed the algo with your dislike and hate to give into the dark side of the algorithm. No. Oh shit. Did stream die? I think stream did die for a bit. Hold on. Let's hope that hopefully we can reconnect. Hey, we should be back. We should be back. Hello, guys. I think we're back. I do think, unfortunately, that creates a new VOD on Twitch. Let me double check. Infinite. Okay, yeah, we do have a new VOD on Twitch, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah, YouTube stays the same. Perfect. That's what I care about. Back to here. Flamer, Sparta, you still with me, guys? Everyone else on YouTube, you guys still with me? Seed, how's it going? So Kushi, how's it going? Stevo, Swev, good to see you guys. We're back. Hey, good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Yep, stream dropped for a bit. Stream dropped for a bit on Twitch. Thankfully, the VOD that we care about is the YouTube VOD, because that VOD is permanent. That VOD did not drop, so we're good on YouTube. That's the VOD that we care about. We're alive, guys. Sorry about that. Probably just an internet connection issue. That was not a black screen on my end. That was probably just a connection issue. All right, I was mid catching up with Bella on YouTube. Let me catch up again. Bella, the Finon fight against Nanook was quite powerful. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I guess for me, the reason why it's more the slower moments that give me those outer body of experiences, right? Like the Firefly rooftop scene, the Sarini Demiurge scene, and this scene right here, the one with young Himiko and Motoko. The reason why these slower moments are my out of body experiences is because, again, it's the writing, right? With the Finon versus Nanook fight, that's more or less like, you know, the music, the animation, the action, and driving you to a sense of euphoria. So, Bella, I love this look at younger Himiko to show her aspiring despite her hurdles. Yes, Bella. Yes. Yes. Thank you. It was a risk to show her doubting herself and stuff. Like, agreed. Yes, that's the risk, right? That's the risk, right? To take a character that has been established as, you know, the way Himiko was throughout the majority of HSR, and to take them back in time, right? To kind of like take them back in time and kind of potentially endanger the character they are today. Because that's the risk that you take, right? When you do something like this, when you try to give a character like Himiko a coming of age story, is that you diminish who she is today, right? That you don't write her coming of age story well. And all of a sudden, you know, the motherly figure that Himiko represented is all of a sudden not as powerful. But no, instead, they just enhanced it. Instead, they did the opposite. They enhanced who Himiko is in the story today, and well done. So, but I also love that they took the chance to have the Trailblazer reject sacrificing others for the easy path and deciding to push to keep everyone. Indeed. Indeed. I mean, it's a coming of age story. I mean, 4.4 is a coming of age story, not just for Himiko, for the Trailblazer as well, right? That's the whole point of this entire scene, is the fact that Trailblazer, you know, grew up and decided to, hell no, I'm going to take a different path. And, you know, Himiko, you're not going to have to do the same thing that Motoko did, right? You know, push forward, you know, trailblaze forward. You will not sacrifice yourself for me. Flamer was about to tell you on the YouTube stream because wasn't sure the message passed through. No, yeah, it did pass through. Sparta, what are your predictions then for 4.5, I guess? Because we're somehow going from resurrecting an Eon to a beach story. I don't know. We'll see. If I had to guess, again, like the intentions of the writer, I think what they want to do is they want to have Astropolis kind of be a safe haven of sorts, like a shelter, right? I would say that at the start of 4.5, it's going to be an escape. Get out of here as quickly as possible, right? Get on the express, or the IPC is going to come in and rescue us, right? Like, we need to get the fuck out of here. So I don't think we're spending a lot of time in Planet Arcadia, which is what I think what the writers want to do. I think they want the beginning of 4.4 to feel like, holy shit, we need to go. Like, we need to go. That way, when we get to Astropolis, it feels like a safe haven. It feels like a breath of fresh air. Because, you know, that's what a vacation is supposed to feel like, what a resort is supposed to do. It's supposed to be a safe haven. It's supposed to give you like a breath of like relief. So that's where I think they're going with it. We'll see if they decide to do that. So, Bella, I enjoy slower moments. The moment you pause on has amazing waterwork visuals, a visual callback to multiple creation. Yes, indeed. That is a good transition to the next topic that I want to talk about because we are approaching 4 hours, and I don't think I want to go above 4 hours for too much, guys. So we're going to keep on the Himiko train. Here we go. No, not quite here. I mean, this is the scene that I want to talk about, yes. This scene is, in my opinion, you guys might be surprised, the second best scene in 4.4. I think, I mean, just Motoko and Himiko were written so well, and this is obviously the confirmation of the swap, the reveal of the swap to not just us, the audience, but to Asat Pramod as well. But this is Himiko's, coming of age moment, right? This is her stepping into the role of what Motoko represented, right? And the whole sequence before this with Asat Pramod taunting, Himiko is really funny, but it's also like daunting and imposing, right? It's emotional. You get a little bit of lore with the Herald of Death, right? Calling back to the animated short and in some ways. And just really well done scene. I think it was just, again, I think they took a risk even introducing Motoko as a character. And I think they just recognize we have something special with Motoko and Himiko. I think they work super well off one another. And the writers were like, let's just use them. Let's just continue to use this, this dynamic because it works. So I think this scene is just really strong. So, but yeah, this is the scene that you were talking about, Bella, because you do get the creation of Motoko back here, where Himiko imagines basically an adult, perfected version of herself based on the influence of the Astral Express navigators, right? Their qualities of bravery and loyalty, maturity, independence, right? That's what Motoko, right? And what Himiko today, wanted to become, is a perfected version of herself, that was in the role of a navigator, basically. Flamer, we need to rescue everyone. I think we're going to rescue as many people as possible, but I do think there's going to be some casualties in Planet Arcadia for sure. Oh no, Sparta, we can't deal. We're not even close to being able to deal with an Eon in direct combat. Are you kidding? We can. It takes everything we have to deal with a Lord Ravager. You mean to tell me you think we can defeat an Eon? No. So, yeah, we got to get the fuck away. You got to get away. Flamer, oh wait, the dock is broken. Never mind, we can't. That's, yeah. Yeah, we'll see how we get the fuck out of Planet Arcadia, because it's looking pretty rough right now. Sparta, because to me it's incredibly jarring from everybody is about to be eaten to beach party. I agree. I agree. I think they're gonna try to make it work though. We'll see if they could do it. Oh my god, Sparta, what a line. This is your best chat today. She created her ideal self and in a way surpassed her. Well said, my friend. Well said. Indeed. Indeed. Yes, absolutely. Flamer, the NPC said that the spaceship dock is broken, so we can't leave in even if we want to. Well, we're gonna have to. Well, yeah, you're correct, Flamer. We'll see what happens, right? Maybe we can get the express going in some way without the dock or whatever, right? But we're leaving. We're leaving. So we'll see how they do it. Maybe the IPC comes in to save the day. Who knows? Nihilux uses her powers. Who knows? Maybe Starblazer literally comes in and just picks up the express. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how. But yeah, I wish I could talk about the visual language of the moment. Art history and scientific history are my two favorite subjects. Oddly enough, Himiko has both. Oh my goodness. Bella, we probably don't have enough time to talk about it. Maybe in another stream, right? I would love for you to teach me how, Hoyoverse has used the visual, elements of of the story in a way to enhance Himiko's character. That would be lovely. I would love for you to show me how that worked in 4.4. Okay, moving on to the second best part of 4.4, which honestly you could even argue is the best part of 4.4, but I'm biased towards Himiko. So, aside from his defeat, this motherfucker is peak fiction, bro. God damn, is Asap Hamad awesome? He is great, dude. Like, who said it in chat? I think Tolga, you were the one who said it. Tolga, if you're still around, what you said was perfect. They keep upping the ante on the antagonists, man. Like, Kokoldia, fine antagonist. Decent antagonist, also hot as fuck. Just putting it out there. Then you get into Sunday and Penacone. Dope antagonist. Great character. Right? Then you get into Lygus. Again, even better antagonist. Dope character. Xandar 1 Kuwabara. I didn't think they were going to be able to take it a step further, man. Asap Hamad is a super villain. He is charismatic, entertaining. He is intimidating, powerful, everything you want in a supervillain he has. And on top of all that, he is a real sympathetic character. Like, you can sympathize with Asap Hamad. He's got themes that he represents, lessons that he imparts on Himiko and the Trailblazer. Like, a lot of the time, the themes that supervillains represent aren't the themes that Asap Hamad represents, right? He is a complex character, right? One of tragedy, and still is this maniacal, crazy, insane supervillain. He's just so well done, and it's the reason why his defeat here was such a disappointment for me. More of this character, please. I just want more. Feed me more, right? You can't ever get tired of fried chicken. Give me more fried chicken. Bro, this shit is peak fiction. His boss fight is amazing. This introductory scene with Himiko in the school courtyard is amazing. Hold on. From the very start of the moment he's introduced in Planet Arcadia, this motherfucker is aura farming. He is so cool, so just well presented as a villain, but also well written. And then you give me this entire section where he is like just dropping lore bombs while also at the same time using these lore bombs to develop his character. And then immediately after, you're telling me that this character, not just in this moment too, but Asap Hamad is also a source of comedic relief. All of these things they pull off with his character. I don't know how they did it, but I mean, hell, if you were going to do it, it was going to be with the Lord Ravager of Elation. Because, god damn, is Asap Hamad great. He is great. Well done. Again, Hoyoverse. Because the two things you needed to get right in this story patch were Himiko and Asap Hamad. Not their deaths or whatever, right? It was their characters, their character writing, right? Their storytelling. And they got it right. They did. So, just well done. Well done. Let me catch up with you guys. Flamer, absolute peak villain. Indeed. Asap Hamad design-wise is peak villain. Yes. Love the Hindu syllogism. Real. Oh, Flamer, real for Kokolia. Look, bro, Kokolia is hot, bro. She is fucking fine. I'm sorry. I just need to call that out. Top three most attractive characters in Hoyoverse. Number 1, Kafka. Number 2, Cypher. Number 3, Kokolia. Don't fight me. Sparta, you don't necessarily have to sympathize with them, but you can understand them. I agreed. And you can sympathize with him. Like, you can sympathize with him, or you cannot sympathize with him. You can understand him, or you cannot understand him. Like, he's just very versatile as a character. It's crazy. Because usually, supervillains are not as versatile of a character as Asap Hamad is. Yeah, Flamer, well said. While what I like is that while you can sympathize with his tragedy, it doesn't overshadow his role as a villain. Mm-hmm. Yep. The only time he was on the back foot was when Super Wolf was at full power. Well, and also when, Star Blazer, pulverize, so. Personally, I don't really like the misunderstood villain trope, and I'm so glad this isn't what they did with Asap because of that we got an absolutely peak villain, which while you can understand where he's coming from, he's still by all means a villain. Well, I'm all for a misunderstood villain because I like redemption arcs, but yes, I'm glad what we got from Asap Pramod is what we got from Asap Pramod. I did not want Asap Pramod to be redeemed. I did not want that. So Bella, Planet Arcadia has been a treat for visual storytelling. Oh, I believe you. 1000%. Oh my goodness, the Buddhist references in this fight, the concepts of broken enlightenment and his struggle on the path towards it. Yeah. Bella, the lack of Black Swan in top 3 disappoints me. Black Swan's number 4. Black Swan is number 4. It's Kafka, Cypher, Cocolia, Black Swan, and then honestly, the field. I think the top 4 are in a tier of their own, basically. So don't worry, Bella. Don't worry. I just listed off the top 3 because top 3 is usually like, that's more popularly used than top 4. But I would consider my top 4 in Star Rail to be in the same tier, and then everyone else to be in a tier below that. I actually used to think Black Swan was the most attractive character in Star Rail. And then I thought about it with more and time passed on. I was like, wait, I think Kafka is number 1. And then Cypher ended up being so much more, attractive than I thought she would be. So I'm being a simp. Hold on. Bella, the best part is he isn't misunderstood. In truth, his confidence about his theories on the world, the eons, and Himiko. Yeah, he's not necessarily he owns it too. Asap Pramod recognizes his story. Like, he is self-aware of what he represents. Shapes it into a villain like Lycus where you can understand how they got there but can't take that last destructive step. Yep. Sparta, I do question how much Asat knows, like even incomplete information. He knows a lot, but even he admits that, like, during the questions part, right, that, he doesn't know everything. Okay, we are well over 4 hours. It is by far the longest story recap / discussion stream that I've ever done. I would like to get pizza. So we're gonna kind of speed run a couple of smaller topics that I wanted to discuss. So we'll kind of go through. Well, this next one we won't speed run because this is the last topic that I want to spend some time on, and then we'll speed run the rest. But we will make this pretty quick. This is peak boss fight. Hold on, I wanted to get the specific cutscene here. Let's just go here. And there we go. This is the screenshot that I want. Peak boss fight, right? I mean, we had to talk about it, right? There's not a lot to talk about, right? Because I mean, it's just action and music cinema. But what more can you want, right? The character writing has been accomplished. The story, plot developments, and the plot beats, whether we agree with them or not, right? If the fake death, right? Okay, criticism, right? Asap Pramad's defeat, right? Criticism, whatever, right? The entire story has been laid out in front of us, right? We've gotten our character writing, we've gotten our character arcs, we know what's going to happen, right? Now at this point, what's left is to enjoy the way it's presented to us. Holy fuck, dude, was it presented amazingly. Dude, the Beyond This Station is probably my favorite song in Star Rail. The animation is gorgeous. The Trailblazer Creed was amazing. The voice acting from Shia Court, Himiko's voice actor, is phenomenal. The voice acting from everyone is phenomenal. Sunday finally really getting brought into the fold, the Express, the boss fight mechanics, everything about this is just exquisite treat, just a Michelin star dinner, just such a nice climax to what is one of the best story patches in the game, in my opinion. And like, I might be biased in saying that, right? Because you guys know me. There aren't many more fans in this world that like Himiko more than I do. I'm not claiming to be the number one Himiko fan in the world, but I'm pretty high up there, I would say. So there's definitely a lot of bias here, but fuck, dude. Such a great climax. Such a great climax. Flamer, I like redemption arcs, but not when the villain just seems pathetic. Well, that's just a bad redemption arc at that point. So, Flamer, even mechanically, he's a really good boss fight. Yeah, absolutely. Sparta, probably my favorite song for now. No, this is my favorite song in Stop Rail, I would say. We'll see if I Can't Stop My Heart from Breaking becomes my favorite again later down the line. It's those, again, very similar to my favorite characters. Himiko is my clear number one. We'll see if Firefly can surpass her again. We'll see if I Can't Stop My Heart from Breaking again. So, Bella, it's a good fight. It brought all of the themes together and gave catharsis. Indeed. I like that Hyundai hesitated with his part. Yes, I do as well. I like that he has. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I like that he hesitated because it shows that he's realizing that he's bought into the Trailblaze, right? He's realizing that he's becoming a nameless, but he's like, he's like taking that next step, right? That first step is a big one. It's a big one, but he's taking it. But I think another lore theorist channel might beat you on Himiko love, but just a bit. Like I said, I'm not claiming to be the number one Himiko fan in the world. Like, the number one Himiko fan in the world is probably some closeted, like, super rich person in China somewhere that, like, has a room full of Himiko merch. I've got a lot of Himiko merch. Hey. I'll use this one to show off, and I'm planning to get even more when I go to Japan next year, or this year, because I'm going to Japan this year again, guys. Hey, what a surprise! But I think I gotta at least be like top 20, or like top. No, there's a lot of people in this world. I'm up there, right? I'm up there. I'm up there in the Himiko fans. So, Sparta, are you making bets with Hoyo Mix? You're really trying to make a bet with Hoyo Mix? I'm not trying to do anything. I am not threatening anyone. Like I said, I am not claiming to be number one. I mean, how many things could you guys legitimately say you are the number one fan in the world of? If any. Probably zero, right? Considering how many people there are in this world. Bella, they got all of the Himikats from the fan meetup. Well, there we go. There we go. Flamer, it's about the song. Oh, okay. I was misinterpreting. I thought you guys. Oh yeah, I just read that as like some random YouTuber. Hoy mixes. Sorry. I did not. I thought we were gonna stream like 3 hours today. I'm an hour over, so my brain. Keep in mind, this whole time my brain has been operating at about 80% because I am sick. So, just keep that in mind. Okay. Now we're going to speed run some smaller things that I want to talk about, and then we're going to end stream, okay? Over here. No. Where are you, motherfucker? Yeah, here we go. God bless this character, dude. Thank God they brought him onto the Express. He is too good of a character to just leave behind in Penacony. Either have him join the Celeron Hunters or join the Astral Express. I don't care. Just keep him around. Just thank God Sunday is going to have story relevance going forward. He was the hidden MVP of the story patch. He used his tooting to help a lot of people. He is now becoming a nameless. He is, just really. Yeah, give him a his Nova Flare cannot come soon enough. Thank God Sunday's around. I love Sunday. He is my fourth favorite character behind a top 3. Unfortunately, he's not in the same tier as the top 3, right? Himiko, Firefly, Cyrene are in their own tier. but he is right behind them at number 4. So Love Sunday, thank you for giving him some real great story relevance in this story patch. Thank you, Horriverse. Let's go over here. We talked about the questions already when we did a whole hour on the questions. Did I? No, she's like over here. Like I'm going way too far forward. Yao Guang as well. Yao Guang, very happy with her role in this story patch. Some real importance. She's not dead. Don't think she's dead, but she's definitely gone for a while, and that's some permanent story consequence. Hopefully, she comes back sometime soon. I think you got to keep her out for 4.5. Could see her coming back in 4.6, 4.7. Who knows? Was pretty happy with Yao Guang's character. Finally some like actual confirmation of where her illness is. Right. So Yao Guang, awesome stuff. Right. We can go back over here. Hey, what's going on, Stel or Kalis, depending on who you picked? Once again, we come face to face with our other self, Akavilian Terminus. What's going on, right? But guess what? Someone mentioned this in my 4.4 chat. I forget it was who. Who did we say we were going to meet after we came face to face with our other self? Remember what character we're supposed to meet again after we come face to face with our other self again? Haha. Miss Firefly coming back into the story earlier than we thought. Now, I actually don't think it's going to be 4.x, but I think this is the clear setup that 5.x is going to be Kafka Firefly. Right? Pretty obvious, right? It's going to be probably a story around Selenova, and it's going to be Kafka Firefly. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. So, but yeah, Terminus scene was cool, kind of giving the Trailblazer the last push to kind of take charge of the situation and make sure that Himiko survives at the end of the day. So yeah, cool scene. Last thing I want to talk about, like around here. No, earlier. Hey, do something. I'm saying that jokingly. Some people have said they want Nihilux to do more. I'm fine with what she's done so far in the story. I say that jokingly. I'm saying that more as of like, hey, the world's about to end, bitch. She's aha. Very clear to all of us, right? What I'm more interested in, I'm kind of sus of this character now. I don't think she's gonna be a villain. I could see her being an antagonist of some kind, like maybe Evernight-esque in like 3.6, right? Like, I have my different ideals and beliefs and goals that just unfortunately are in opposition with your goals and ideals at this current moment in time. So, yeah, Flamer, I don't think she will be an antagonist. I guess she could be, is what I'm trying to say. Before I would have said no, absolutely not. But some things in this story patch did kind of make me feel like, okay, I could see her kind of potentially playing that role. But her role is going to be in 4.7, right? She's aha. We'll see what she's about in the future. But it was nice to get a little kind of bit of a, kind of like a hee hee ha ha reference here. Like, yeah, this character is going to be important. So, all right. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here for today. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Let me catch up with all your names. Flamer, Seed, Sokushi, Sparta, Stevo, and Swev. Thank you guys so much for coming through on Twitch and on YouTube. Bella, thank you so much for staying through for almost the entire time. Tolga, thank you so much for coming through as well. Guest was here earlier, our good friend Guest, and then we had, I believe, Random come in towards the start of, Random came in at the start as well. So thank you guys so much for coming in and talking about 4.4 with me. It was an absolute joy, and hopefully 4.5 will be just as enjoyable, though probably not because it won't have Himiko Nova, unfortunately. So, as I talked about at the beginning of the stream, I will be streaming tomorrow. It will not be that long of a stream. We'll be doing our 3.1 ZZZ live stream reaction. So I will be trying my best to remain as unspoiled as possible. Right now, the only thing I know is the collab and that we're getting some type of free S rank character. Don't even know what that S rank character may be. So that's all I know. Oh, well, also today, I also got kind of spoiled, like, while we were reacting to shit by YouTube, that Eldrada is at least in the trailer in some way, shape, or form. So that was nice to know. So, but yeah, that should be fun if you guys are ZZZ fans and you guys want to come through tomorrow. I will be freaking out about Eldrada pretty much the entire time. So if you guys want to see that, feel free to do so. And then whenever I'm not freaking out about Eldrada, I'll be freaking out about Remiel. So there we go. But Bella, hope you feel better soon. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Bella. Thank you for the best wishes. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not, as always, guys, take care. Enjoy your weekend as always. And I will see you guys next time. Peace, late.